Yeah, because governments want to become bigger. The bureaucracy wants to expand. This is the business to expand.
Yeah, so basically central bank, do you think central bank has been successful in destroying demand, if not killing inflation? Killing inflation is going to be tougher and it will take longer time. But have central banks led by the Federal Reserve been successful in destroying demand?
Well, in some sectors, yes. In the housing sector, which is very interest rate sensitive, demand is down, whereby, as you know, in America, we have a lot of immigration every year, whereby as a percent of the total population is not that great. The population in the US is growing at maybe 0.5% at the present time, whereas in the past it grew at 1 to 2% or 3% per annum. So the population growth is very small. And of all the counties in America, 47% have actually population declines because people are moving away from socialist cities that are not safe or less safe than the cities in Mexico that are controlled by the cartels. And they move to Florida and to Texas, where it's relatively safe. It's not 100% safe, but it's relatively safe.
Right.
So in some cases, like housing, they've been able to reduce the demand. And also, if you look at the statistics, and again, I'm always saying India is a different market than the US and may actually decouple. Because in the US, in the first quarter of this year, the new issue calendar was very small. I mean,
hey, Rob. Thank you for joining. P Money. The one, somebody told me yesterday that you guys wouldn't listen to me if it weren't for him. But I appreciate you coming on. Hey, Timinator. Johnny V. Kevin, I love that dog. That dog needs a big bend over hug and a pat on the chest if he'd let you. What a beautiful dog.
Call from him.
All right. You're saved from listening to me. All right. The voice.
Are you there, William?
Yeah. Somebody told me yesterday I wouldn't have an audience without you. So here's the audience.
Let me merge everybody in. Give me 1 second. All right, everyone. I just merged William in, and again, this is not to buy or sell. This is our opinions about security fraud 101. Give me a second. I'm coughing for a second. Short hope I drop dead, but that's not going to happen. I'm probably going to live to 150 years old and suffer with this. Anyway, I just want to start the day with Boeing. I just want to just talk about that for a second. The doors of the plane flew off. Now, I don't know how many people, you know, I like to fly, I like to sit in the emergency aisle also because the doors there gives you a little extra room. Who wants that seat anymore, right? Who's fighting to get in there? Boeing is down 7% today, and the door fell off their product. The door. All right, and you can see the stock's traded 25 million shares. Funds come in and support. Institutional funds come in and support and start adding to the stock. Maybe they sold it at 270, the high, and they start to tiptoe back in here. That's Wall Street. That's what the SEC talks about all the time. Things will work themselves out. But it doesn't in any stock that doesn't have institutional ownership. Finger motion is down, what, 60%? From $7, what is that, 60%? Maybe a little bit more, 65% on good news and one false report by Capybara. Funds aren't here, so you keep getting this assault because there is no institutional ownership of size like you see in Boeing. So a door falling off the plane in flight, down 7%, people stepping in. Finger motion on great news, a fake report is down 60% and still drifting since October 10th. The attack has begun and the stock has been going down every day. So I just want you to understand the difference what the SEC always blabs about, that things work out. They do not work out. They work out for big companies. Even a company that the plane fell out of the sky, the door fell off the plane in flight with people on it, and people are willing to sit here and take a shot back at it again. Now, I'm with you. We all need planes to get around. I got it. But I have to say was it a couple of years ago, the plane fell out of the sky. I don't remember that. Boeing 737s fell out of the sky and the company rebounded. All right. So, but the company has a chance to survive. Everything else, it's like Julius Caesar. They give the thumbs down. Capybara says we're worthless, and Capybara and the thief behind it make it happen by just keep selling more counterfeit shares, and the assault is enormous. All right. CTI is a little different. MMTLP was a completely different situation. But again, you can see the fraud on Wall Street and how the Dow Jones, the big companies are allowed to have terrible events happen to them, where small companies on good news. I saw Pedro P. from Philly put up a company that he's following that had great news, and they bashed that stock down. I forgot the symbol of it. I saw it this morning. He posted it. So there's your breakdown of security fraud on Wall Street. How it's a big company can survive, small companies, they decide to kill you because we can't support them 24 hours a day. An individual buying 10,000 shares of stock, and I had a friend who bought 20,000 today. He bought it, they plugged him, and then marked it down. He's down on the trade. He didn't even pay for it yet. Didn't even settle yet, excuse me. And that's the difference on Wall Street. So as long as you understand that, we're here to stop this indifference and stop this fraud. Now I'm on a group chat with a bunch of guys here that own GTI and Finger Motion, and they were celebrating Big Lou because he's the one that squeezed the stocks. He's the one that made everything happen. Well, congratulations to him again, but he fixed nothing or lined his pocket and is gone. We didn't go away. Me and William is still standing here. We're here to make change. All right. Don't get us wrong. We want to survive and make money too, but we're not at the expense of other people. We're here to make money, to make it the right way and force the issue of stop the criminal activity that's going on Wall Street. In India, South Korea, Thailand, they want to make change. They're governments. We're not the governments. We're just William and Ham and everyone else that surrounds us. But this is how a movement starts. All right. And it started 24 years ago. So you guys late to the party, but we welcome everybody here because we need more people here to help expose this fraud. The MMTLP crowd is doing an outstanding job. The people that I know in it anyway, from John Berta to Anna to Busy Brands to Chicken Chow Mein and this guy and that guy and Busy and all these people that are helping. I can't remember all the names. They're doing a great job. These people are getting signatures, doing everything possible, and it's going to help everyone else. So support them, okay? They're fighting hard to make change, all right? The good part is, for us, not for them, is that they got shut down and robbed without even a gun in broad daylight. They didn't even have a chance, all right? So they have no choice but to fight. And I'll do anything I can to help those people because they're fighting. Right? They lost everything already. All right. And I know we're all down and we're all getting our asses kicked. I got it. It's time to pull your pants up and fight back. I'm not asking anyone to buy a share of stock. I'm not asking anything. Spread the word. Teach somebody every day. One person will teach someone else. We need to get an army of millions of people to sit there and stop giving the money to this criminals organization. It's awful. But I can't stop it. I'm just one person. I need everybody else here. And again, I can't make it happen unless everyone else is here. I tried. All right, I got it this far, but everyone else needs to step in. All right. So anyway, I just wanted to start off with that, and I'll just go past the India stuff. William, if you want to make a comment on India and South Korea and anything else here, you have a comment on that, William?
Well, I just a lot of things you said. What strikes me is how the markets are detached from anything that used to resemble price discovery, information, buyers matched with sellers. Boeing Max had trouble with its liftoff because they cheated in the back office, and it's a computer problem. I don't know how Boeing is still alive. And then
they kept it alive after the last assault. The stock went down. I think it went down below 100, and it rallied always back up to 267, which is the high now. That was I don't know how many years ago, but it shows you Wall Street. They make money from these giants, so they keep them alive, give them another chance, and says everything okay. We're gonna fix it. Hey, Finger Motion's gonna fix it. GTI is gonna fix it. MMTLP is gonna fix it. How come it doesn't work for them?
Wall Street has turned every single thing into a bet. And I know that sounds trite because maybe investing is a bet, but everything from Boeing to Finger to the entire over-the-counter markets turn into a vehicle that they can issue options and warrants against. They can do these credit default swaps. They can lever up, and they just go to town making money. What the hell do we make in this country anymore? Bombs and tanks and nothing else. Anyway,
we're in a fight. I'm not in that fight. I'm in the fight.
No, I know. I understand. But
if stock settlement existed, okay, if stock settlement existed, all these crimes would go away. It would be, the money wouldn't go into the hands of Lynn Partners or the Kramers or Alpine and John Hurry and his wife walking around with diamonds the size of golf balls on her ears for being a nothing. These people are zeros. Okay. I told you they can't even pick their nose besides pick a winner. All right. This is criminal activity. They've been educated on how to move money offshore. They have accounts in the Cayman Islands. The same thing goes for that Yorkville. A gentleman's been sending me stuff on Yorkville. I mean, it's just endless. These people have accounts.
What do you think would be the one thing that would turn it around? Bringing the uptick rule back, or different computers?
Just settle the trades. There's got to be settlement. That's it.
Well, they're not. They don't seem to want to settle the trades.
Well, then there's adding anything else would disrupt the game. It wouldn't fix the game. Okay. The uptick rule would slow it down, right? But it wouldn't end the fraud. Every country, these countries that are doing it are poor. South Korea is not as poor as Thailand or as India. India has a tremendous population. Imagine if their businesses were allowed to grow and they could build cars and do whatever they're doing. People get jobs. It brings them out of poverty. The U.S. hedge funds don't even care. One of them, I think Hindenburg or Carson Black wrote a story against that guy in India, that big richest guy in India. I forgot his name. I'm blank for a second. And they tried to destroy his company. He lost $10 billion. The guy probably employs more people than all the companies in the U.S. combined. I mean, the guy is, who knows if he is a crook, but he's been doing it a long time. Tata Motors, I forget the guy's name. He owns the autos.
Oh, Tata Motors out of India, yeah. My friend is
The
close
case-
friends with him. He went to his daughter's wedding. I'll think of
But
his name.
They bashed him. He
I'll
lost
look it up.
millions of dollars over fraudulent reports. If someone wants to Google it, just look. He came out and attacked it, but the damage was done already. They did a bear raid on him. These hedge funds just don't steal from us; they steal from everyone. And now the countries are saying enough. If there's no short selling, you won't get these attacks because there's no reason they can't make any money on it.
What do you think about the idea that all this selling is just computers turned on, algorithmic training, driving it down? The FINRA data only shows the non-located cells. It doesn't show the covering, which happens 15 seconds, 15 minutes, 2 hours later. What do you think of that?
I think you're out of your bird. I think it happens in MULN when a stock's trading 50 million shares a day. Then that exists. Finger Motion trades 200 shares, and you tell me they turn around and they sell it and they try to buy it back. It's nonsense. Yeah, 100 shares just traded. Where are they going to go on the bid side and buy it back now? There's someone controlling this. There's someone, the Wizard of Oz is behind the curtain doing it. You're telling me we have a computer program in GTII, it's 3110 to 3190. You're telling me that's a computer program standing there, going back and forth? Nonsense.
Do you think Capybara colluded with Jeff Easton to sell our finger?
No, Capybara was by himself. He threw a dart, and the dart hit Finger Motion. He decided to write a fake report on that one. Just out of the blue.
Well, I'm just.
That was your question?
That was my question. That was
Because I was going to check. And you want to put that stupid question up.
I did it. Don't blame the audience. Blame me.
All right. That is a stupid question. That is 100%. 100% they're tied together. There's not even a question about it.
So let me ask you another stupid.
The stock was exploding. The stock was exploding.
Yeah.
It was 719, ready to explode. They worked the report out. They attacked at the same time, and they actually were selling before the report came out. The report came out at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Pretty good memory, but the stock was already down $1 at that point. Then they really attacked it once the news came out.
So
someone just posted to me just to stay on this thought that the court granted Finger Motion the right to amend their claim against Benzinga. So if Richard is listening, I don't know what the hell that means. No, I told the gentleman to go ask Mark Bazile. I'm not an attorney, so I don't know exactly what the hell he's talking about.
Richard says
But it
it's
sounds like
part of the same pattern.
Say it again.
He said it's all part of the same legal pattern.
Oh, they just amend the complaint? I don't mean.
I don't think he's on. I don't think he's on the call.
Oh, okay, but I'm just saying I'm not sure what the amended complaint would be about. All it is, Benzinga was dragged into it because they're a distributor of the fake report. The fake report is given to Benzinga. The short seller has a relationship with Benzinga. All right. Benzinga, it's like if you submit a report from Capybara, Benzinga says, hey, no problem. They're good. Let them in. And they put up their report. Benzinga has distribution to all online brokers. So everyone gets to see this report saying the company's revenue, whatever, was a complete disaster. It wasn't exactly what the company said. They made up their own numbers. Even the guy who put up the fake report after Benzinga, which was, we don't know who it was, where they said that the company's revenues were down 70% or 80%, I forgot where it was. And they said that. I mean, so again, that's what Benzinga's relationship with these guys. I do not believe Jason at Benzinga is writing reports, negative reports himself. I think that he has agreements. Someone in his organization got them to get approved, whoever these people are. whoever is in his organization needs to figure out who are these people, who approved it, because I don't believe Jason. Jason's a pretty good guy. I don't believe he would jeopardize his whole business to have Capybara, who I'm sure no one even knows who he is, write a fake report and get the distribution to their platform. I don't think the guy would jeopardize his whole business over that. But you know what? You never know. Maybe he did. Maybe they gave Jason $50,000 in cash and said, "Hey, put this up there, no problem." And until someone fights back, like Finger Motion did, think about that. Finger Motion has to stop what they're doing, go out there and do a hire an attorney to attack a ghost out of Brazil who's writing fake reports, stole his money already, disappeared into the woodwork. That's what the company had to do, because shareholders want to see us fight back, and they did fight back. Where's Mark Bazile? He'll tell you the company's fighting back. And yet, how could they look the other way? The company hired a lawyer to attack a fake report, and the SEC didn't step in. They should have sent the DOJ after these guys already. That is a short and distort report that's worse than the other ones. It's fraudulent information. At least when Andrew Left did his report on Etsy, he put out that they were selling counterfeit T-shirts. At least he said something that maybe was correct. I don't even know. This guy just changed the numbers and made it sound like it was completely the opposite way. So look at the difference in those reports. Andrew Left, EXAS, going back in time. What did he say? Oh, no one's ever going to take that test for colon cancer. At least he had an opinion and he wrote it up and he did his report that way. I'll give him credit. He took a shot, even though he was completely 1,000% wrong. Him and the crew decided to attack that company, which was completely wrong. It went down from 28 to 23, then went to 125. So that guy was completely wrong. But you know what? He did a bear raid because his friends needed to cover. Going back to when my mom had cancer, Immunomedics. I think the symbol was IMMU, I forgot. The stock was $5. What's his name came out? Adam Fronstein. The data, he got them kicked out of Absco, making believe it was fraudulent information. Stock went from 2. Everyone yelled at me. The company was a fraud. That's because Adam Fronstein wrote, it's still in the street.com if anybody wants to Google it. IMMU kicked out of Absco, which is the premier cancer conference, because they were using old data, not fake data, old. They got kicked out of the prestigious Absco conference for presenting old data. That's the headline. Go look at it. Then they attacked it down to 2. People got crushed, including myself. The stock went from 2 and was taken out at 88 by GILD. How's that data? Pretty bad. That was for breast cancer. You talk about fraud, that's somebody trying to cover. That guy he should have been hung for that report. Because everyone's mother, grandmother, daughter who has breast cancer, this guy couldn't give a rat's ass. He wanted his friends to cover. That's how much what a disgrace it was. Nobody here even owned the stock. I'm reporting to a crime that I witnessed. No one gave a shit. And it affects everyone on this phone. If you're a woman, you have a daughter, your mother, and look what I'm trying to help you with, and no one cares. The SEC doesn't even care. Hester Pierce is a woman, I think she is. They don't even care. They should go back in time and go arrest that guy just for that crime, that reporter. So again, the whole thing stems, if you have stock settlement, this game can't exist.
So I know why I'm better than you are. Apparently somebody on the comments is saying that Ham can't even afford to buy 2 shares of ZJYL. Well, I bought 4, so I must be better than you are.
Listen, people.
I'm just teasing you.
I have a family. We have some medical issues in my family. I wish I had the money, but unfortunately I cannot have, I have to go.
You can't buy everything. Nobody can buy everything.
I have to get stem cell treatments for myself and it's not covered by insurance, what would you like me to do? Sell my kidney?
Apparently,
My
Wells
friend-
Fargo cut off.
My friend who's very wealthy has put his money where his mouth is in that stock. I've given you all the information I know about it. That's all I know. I didn't tell anyone to buy it. I told you what they're doing. That's it.
Oh, it's
I
just
told you I love
somebody.
How many times did I say on the phone, I love NVIDIA? I love NVIDIA. How many times did I say it, William?
Quite a bit.
Today it's now up, it was 450, and now it's made a new high, whatever the hell price it is.
I watched a video of a guy just when I was bored on New Year's weekend giving his 7 stocks to buy for the new year. I swear he listed all of the Majestic 7 or the S&P 6. He just did NVIDIA, Facebook, Alphabet. I'm a genius.
NVIDIA. So I would say it was 450. I said it every day. Go buy NVIDIA. It's 516 hit. That's the high right here. I don't look for credit. I'm not looking for credit. I'm just telling you what I see, and what I see in the small stocks is criminal activity that is just off the charts. I don't know how to stop it. India, South Korea, and everyone else is saying enough of this thing. They can see it. South Korea sounds like they're getting even bolder in it. Thailand, I think, doesn't know its ass from his elbow. But South Korea is being aggressive in it. That's three
What's going to be amazing is when the Shanghai Gold Index, gold exchange plus oil and gas commodities, basically, when they decide to put the screws on London, New York, Chicago, our markets are going to be in a lot of trouble. It's not that hard to run an honest market. It's not that hard.
Listen, there's 7 stocks in the U.S. equity market. That's it. Everything else is worthless.
That's it.
They manipulate it. You can't. I couldn't tell you to own a stock and go home and sit there and say that you're going to make money on these things unless you follow what they're doing. There's just the funds all do the same thing. Why do the funds all do the same thing? Because they're idiots. There's people on this phone, I guarantee you, that are smarter at picking stocks than these fund managers. Do you think the fund managers are sitting around doing work? They're absolutely doing nothing. They raise money, got some analysts, and he makes his picks. That's how it's done.
Yeah, they don't want to jeopardize their job. They want to fit in.
What do we do? Say, we have nothing to do. We just got in, $30 million from pension money. Buy Apple. Buy this one. Buy NVIDIA. What's the difference? They all do the same thing. They can't get in trouble if they all buy the same names. That's what they all do. And they get billions of dollars, and they get paid based on it. The game that we can afford is about stock settlement. If stock settlement came in, NVIDIA wouldn't be $500, it would be $1,000. That's how many naked shorts are probably in that name. But they can't fight back. The shorts can't control NVIDIA because there's someone on the other side of these trades with more money than they have.
Right.
So those stocks will win because that's the game. But how are you ever going to change your life buying NVIDIA? At 450, I love NVIDIA. I missed the big move. I watched it go to 500. I said that at 450, it settled in. I would like to buy it here. What am I going to buy? 10 shares? What am I going to buy? What do you think? I really think I'm, what am I, Rockefeller? If anyone that's old enough that would know a Rockefeller. But again, that's the game. So you have to find something, do your homework, and figure it out. And guess what? When you do that, you don't get rewarded. CVM is working on cancer. The stock is down, doesn't do anything. Northwest Bio, brain cancer. They don't care. What was I just put the actor up the other day who has brain cancer. I forgot his name. Maybe Pierce Bronson. I forget the guy's name. One of those actors. He just came down. He's got a brain tumor, brain cancer. No one cares. They're going to wait till it's too late. Then they want to start yelling. Companies that can help cure you and save you, they kill them. They don't even care. I don't even understand it. How did the people at the SEC, the DTC, all these people just look the other way? I don't know. I got me.
Called cash, moolah. Do you know what the market cap of NVIDIA is?
I would say it's got to be close to $1 trillion by now. I don't know.
1.21 trillion.
Yeah,
1.21
close.
trillion.
I was off by $2 billion.
That's pretty amazing.
Right, and it just happened. It was $250. It exploded to 500 because they make the AI chips. All right, that's all of a sudden they're making AI chips. Everyone needs to have a zillion AI chips in 3 days.
So
Listen,
the largest.
I don't want to get into the battle. I don't really give a shit about NVIDIA. It's not going to change my life. I could give a rat's ass about it.
Okay.
All right, we hear about stock settlement. You got 3 countries standing up for us now. MMTLP is breaking down the doors. Support those people. I don't own it. I know people that own it. William, you own it.
Which one?
MMTLP.
Oh, I do. I'm a proud owner.
I follow. There's hundreds, thousands of names of small cap companies that are being looted. We just happen to focus on 2. What can I say? I can't work any harder.
Michael
Trying
Bolton.
to point it out.
Michael Bolton.
Michael Bolton. That's it. Michael Bolton. Right. There it is. You think he wants help? Go to his deathbed. They're pulling out cutting his scalp open, trying to get a tumor in his head. How do you think he feels? You could have some cancer treatment from CVM or Northwest Bio. Oh, but the short sellers killed it. So their therapy is not ready. But it does work. But they don't have enough people to get it through the FDA fast enough to save you. So good luck. Good luck in the afterlife. That's it. That's what Wall Street's about. I don't know how it got to that point. I'm not cynical in any way, but this is just you could see it. And I guess until you see it, until someone in your family dies of something that you know the cure's around or close to having, whatever it may be, like my mother with IMMU with breast cancer, it was outstanding data. They killed it down anyway, couldn't kill us. They couldn't say anything about the data. So what did they do? They attacked the company because the company was presenting old data at the cancer research thing. That means they showed it to somebody the day before and they said it was old data. They got to kick them out on a technicality and made it sound like fraud. They twisted the story. Capybara twisted the story. The company had great a quarter, whatever it was. And what did they do? They switched it around and said it was a disaster. They made up their own numbers. And to make it look like it's true, they attacked the stock down, naked short selling using those idiots like Timothy Sykes at day trading firms. They rang the bell and said, go get them. And that's what they do. And they work as a pack of wolves. There you go. So anyway, let's move it down.
What do you think about ALT?
Who?
Apple Larry Tom. It's $11. It was $5.75 the other day.
It was $5.50 when I got the call on it. ALT was $5.50. My friend told me to buy it. There was a story about them being taken. It's an obesity drug or some nonsense. It went to $11.50. $5.50 to $11. Just think about that. Here's a company went from $5.50 to $11. And if I was trading it, I would have sold it at 10. If I was still long, sell it at 11 and move along and look for the next one that can give me a nice run like that. All right. That's trading. I'm looking for something that's going to change my life. And I believe that Finger Motion and GTII, MMTLP, CVM, Northwest Bio, when stock settlement gets attacked here and they start fixing it, you're going to see many stocks like this that are going to change people's lives. I can't give you all the data on Northwest Bio. It's been going on a long time. CVM, a long time. CEI, I reported on, and this one and that one. But when they do go, pick your own poison, find your own stock. It will change your life. The fight is stock settlement. And it doesn't make a difference what a company does. Settle the trades and let's see what's going on here. That's the game. And the game is getting close to happening. MMTLP, they're in a panic, the government, because that's going to get exposed. That number comes out, and that number is 650 million versus 165. You're going to see a bloodbath on the street. And guess what, people? They can't keep it dragging along because the Congress wants to see the total number of shares from the SEC. They wanted it by January. What was the day? 27th or something like that. The SEC has to respond in 30 days. So I don't know exactly how many more days are left in this thing. Maybe Anna or Busy or somebody can text you and tell you how many more days before the SEC has to give a response. They just can't keep hiding. Senators, congressmen, representatives are all signing up saying, hey, you're stealing from our people from our state. We want to know what's going on. That thing is gaining momentum at a rapid pace. And that's gonna help everyone else.
What's the signature count?
I don't know.
85, 90?
That's what I heard.
If they just each get one more signature, that's 160. And then they each get.
Keep going. It's gonna keep going. It's not gonna go backwards. Once, as you say, William, once it's been seen, it's tough to be unseen.
You saw the story. California Teachers Retirement Plan is borrowing 10% of their assets because to make distributions, because they're afraid to sell the underlying stocks and real estate, commercial real estate, because they might crash the market. Stresses are showing up in retirement accounts, and this is a perfect time for us. I'll try to do it. Send letters to these people.
I posted that story on CalPews. It was on Zero Hedge. I gave it to I sent it over to Ace. Ace has been following the market, and he thinks that we all think that the market's got a fork in it. It's just a matter of when it's. Let's look at the market. Boeing, one of the biggest Dow components, is only down 17 now. What's holding it up today? It's up on the day now. Obviously, Nidia. I'm sure if you hit up Microsoft and the other technology stocks, there you go. Microsoft's up 4 5/8. I don't know what else is here. What else is up? IBM's up $1. MU, I'm sure, is something. What are they doing? Up $1.85. So they're taking technology stocks now, and they hold the market up with that tech. I always told you they rotated. So when you look at the Dow Jones, you got one down 20 points, and they're saying, okay, what are we going to do? Let's ramp up these other names. And that's how they balance it. The market's up $25. The market's going to be up 150 by the end of the day. And everyone's going to say, no big deal. 2 days from now, Boeing is going to come out. We found the problem. We'll fix it. And we promise it won't happen again. And Boeing will bounce back $5 to $7 more. And then it'll begin its ascent back up to new highs. There you go. It's the same pattern again in the big caps. And that's how you have to trade. So I just gave you a lesson on trading big cap names.
Do you know anything about liquor? I just met her, LQR. Somebody's saying that could go to 300.
I'm sure it is.
I don't know who's.
I don't know anything about it.
And then
is that as an LQR?
Yeah, Larry, Queen, Robert.
It's a $4 stock.
Yeah, liquor.
Oh, you got my attention now. I'm going to go look at it and see what it is. I'll study it, look at it later.
And then someone's saying, have you talked about ZJYL yet? It's 98.
No,
98.
I have not. I think what's the market on ZJYL?
Let me look it up. Relax, everyone.
I'm sure it's 98 to 115, probably. ZYGL.
Jin Medical is 97, 99, 99, 92 by 98. Low on the day, 94.
The other day, when Interactive Brokers posted there was 800,000 shares to lend out, right?
The volume's huge.
I'm told,
huge volume.
I'm told the company has been getting calls from the shorts, the brokerage firms to do deals, to give them money. They can't cover what they sold. So when it's like anything else, you buy it as you accumulate it. You buy 100 shares, buy 1 share, buy 2 shares, like William did. You bought 5 shares, William, 4 shares.
4 shares. 4 shares.
What'd you pay for it?
Close to 200.
Oh wow. Anyway, so that's the way it goes. I can't tell you.
I mean, I sold my Vocal to buy ZJYL.
That's that stock is making a rapid ascent at because he said that he sees no evidence that Lynn Partners had anything to do with him.
Why would a CEO have any clue what kind of trading is legal or illegal in their stock?
Well, it's obvious he doesn't, because his stock has gone down from 20 to less than a half a penny, and he actually he means well. He got raped, and instead of accusing his rapist, he's decided to align with his rapist because the rapist is going to give him more money. That's what he did. I can't blame him. He's got company. He's got a family. He's got to get fed. He's the CEO of a public company. And I tell people all the time, William, you'll make more money working at Walmart than doing this stuff. He should just fold up, go away, see you later.
Well, the incentives from a legal standpoint, if he raised money with Jeff Easton and his stock goes to 1,000th of a penny, he won't be sued because he raised money. Hey, it was in the best interest of shareholders. Right. But if he didn't raise money, he could get sued, and that's the problem.
So he's in a debt trap. He's in a debt spiral. Where's he going to go? He's going to have to take money, reverse the stock, and that's the game. They do it. MULN. Everybody's doing it. That's how they kill you. So again, we're not going away. I've been saying it. I don't have a gun and a badge. I can't update people on the authorities because, they're not giving me information to release to you. What do you want me to say? I can't. How they're not knocking down the door already, grabbing somebody, when you got 3 countries. Since I started talking to the authorities, 3 countries came out and want the fraud to stop. So even if we are kooks, we have proof that there's other people here. There's other people here that are fighting this fraud.
Do you think this gentleman, I guess he's 55 years old and should not be in the stock market? He should just get out of the stock market. He thinks that because Fingers down, that must mean the earnings are bad. Earnings must be bad if Fingers price keeps dropping. What the hell? I don't know. Are you learning anything?
Listen.
Are you learning anything?
William, listen. That's his prerogative. That's the stock market. He thinks the earnings are bad. That's what, if you think they're bad, then you sell and move along. That's it.
Yeah.
If they think the earnings are good, I can only base it on what the last quarter was like. I don't know. The last quarter was explosive, wasn't it, William? I think.
Well, it was. And the other thing, in November or December, somebody called you and told you that the earnings are turning positive for the first time in the history of Finger.
They said they spoke with someone spoke with the IR guy. It wasn't me.
All right.
And I can't remember who the hell it was who told me that. And I said, okay, listen, I'm not going away. So again, if the trend is your friend, go read the report. This gentleman must be reading the Capybara report. So go call Capybara, get the update from them. I'm not saying, listen, I got it. It's misinformation. Misinformation gets people like that are a novice. He's 55 years old, probably knows nothing about the equity markets. And based on that, I don't know his profession, but the worst investors in the world are doctors. Maybe he's a doctor. I don't know.
Well, the worst doctors are doctors on themselves. I guess Not Legal Advice might be having an update because Christopher's telling him looking forward to it. So everyone, if you have a chance, YouTube, Not Legal Advice. Maybe he has an update coming.
All I know is that all I can tell you is that all I see is the stock being marked down every day. And for the gentleman who thinks the earnings going to be bad, longs can only sell the stock one time and you're done. Correct? I don't see any selling. I know people that are buying, and the selling just doesn't end. Where are all the shares coming from? There's 24 million shares in this company. They just never stop selling it. And just to take a step back, Lynn Partners, partner in crime is Benchmark. Benchmark is the one that introduced finger motion to Lynn Partners. All right? So there's your connection. And Benchmark came out and said the target price of Finger is 5. Who was trying to sell it down at $3.40 when the target is 5? Pull Benchmark up. What happened, Benchmark, to you? Did you downgrade the stock? What was it that changed your $5 target? What happened? Since Benchmark put out that research report, the stock came out and the revenue actually was up 60%. I don't quote me. I think it was 60%. I'm sure. I forgot. But the revenue was explosive on the last quarter, and Benchmark never raised their target. So we have to assume Benchmark is still at 5. It's $3.50. What's the rush to sell something that you have a $5 target on? And if Lynn Partners was long the stock, wouldn't they be appalled and make a statement? Who's selling the stock down here?
Look,
That's because they don't.
if nobody ever checks on it, why not just sell shares that don't exist and make money? It's all self-fulfilling. By the way, I bought 6 shares of ZJYL at an average price of $132.
That's much better than 200.
It's much better. I guess I must have just been dividing by 4 instead of by 6. Anyway, 132 I paid.
All right, so
I'm a genius.
The market on the stock is 92 to 105.
All right.
Look how many dollars spread is that? So when they sell 100 shares at 92, the stock will then be down $25 instead of $22, whatever it may be.
Right.
If someone takes a share at 105, the stock is going to be down $16 or whatever the number is. So you could just, the number goes back and forth on one share all day long. So again,
the most compelling thing about that is the float versus the group that you're close to. The float's 1 million shares and they own 1.3 million of that.
And they're taking out 500,000 out of the DTC. So whoever's lending out shares like Interactive Brokers, those crooks, I put up Interactive Brokers, IBKR, this stock should be pennies. Fined for naked short selling back in the days, $5 million. They're destroying their own clients. They don't even care. They're helping the short sellers because guess what? They pay a lot of commission to help do things.
So where are they getting the shares to lend?
I just got it. The SEC has to respond to everyone in DC by January 31st. Thank you very much. So today is what, the 8th? How many trading days before the January 31st? I don't know how many days are left, but it's coming to a head. What's the SEC going to say? Because they're demanding a response. They wanted the audited numbers from the Blue Sheet investigation. The Blue Sheet investigation for everyone here. This is how easy it is. All right. Every brokerage firm can hit a button. Merrill Lynch hits a button. How many shares of MMTLP or Finger do you own? They hit a button. We own 1 million shares. Then they call the depository trust up. How many physical shares do you have for us? If the DTC says we have 1 million shares, they have no problem. Their books are in order. What if Merrill Lynch hits the button, they own 10 million shares? They call the DTC up to see how many physical shares they have for them, and they say we have 1 million. Whoops. Now they have 9 million counterfeit shares. The number versus the physical shares gives you that number. The SEC, FINRA are hiding for a year against the people in MMTLP for a reason. Okay, the button that I just described to you can be hit. People can get that number in minutes. Both numbers they can get. Minutes. The Blue Sheet investigation is the paper trail to where all the sell tickets are coming from. All right, they're going to find out where all the sales come from. That's what's going to. We know who people have bought it. Everyone has it in their accounts. That's not the problem. The investors didn't do anything wrong. They bought the stock. And the funny thing, I addressed that last night. For everyone who owns a stock like this, Stop getting abused because you bought a stock. It's none of anybody's business why you purchased the stock. I don't care if that company was shoveling shit. That's my business, and I bought it because I like the way they shovel shit. Don't tell me I bought MMTLP and it's not worth anything. It's none of your business. I bought it. That's none of your business. But that's what they try to do. The bashes, the shorts, they turn the tide and they try to get investors to go against each other. That's what they're doing. And Ace and Rich and all these good people and Christian, everybody is doing all this stuff to help out. They hate you because you're exposing them for their crimes. All right? That's their problem. They hate us because we have a conference call and we update everybody on it. I know it's tough to hold a stock when it ticks down every day, 20 cents, 10 cents. I don't like it. You think, but I'm not going to sit there and say, you're not talking me out of why I own a stock. And we're not going to stop until you go busted. I may lose my money, but you're going to jail. And you're going to go to jail for life. And that's what I promise. We're going to we got the FBI and the Secret Service. The FBI owns finger motion. So for the jerk-offs that keep thinking they're going to get away from it in here, they got a huge problem. They told me they own finger motion, and they told me they own MMTLP, and they bought it as investors. The FBI is allowed to invest there just like us.
Do you think they're listening to this call?
They listen to the calls all the time, and they thanked me.
Do you think that they know they need to go look at Jeff Easton, John Hancock, Philip Valier, Sam Chung, and Hai Lee Kim?
I've always told them to follow the sell tickets to the money. They're not stupid. This is not the first financial crime. This isn't their first rodeo. Okay? They never, the Kramers, the Lynns, the Yorkvilles, they thought this crime was going to last forever. And it has lasted a long time. But they stayed too long in the game. Now it's payback time. Many guys, look at Savvy. He got shut down. That fat bastard took his money, bought an apartment in Manhattan. And if he's still playing, he should go to jail for life also. He should go to jail for life anyway. But if he's still playing, shame on him. He deserves to go to jail for a long time. He took his money. He got sanctioned, run away, go hide, and go work at Burger King and enjoy your money.
I'm trying to find it, but somebody's asking.
Someone just wrote to me and said, he goes, listen, the truck at the SEC 13 times has all the information about the crimes. The FBI asked me, why didn't I put the truck at the Southern District? Did I ever put the truck at the Southern District? And guess what? I showed them the pictures of the truck at the Southern District. We did put it at the Southern District. We've done that. The best location for the truck is at the SEC, that beautiful glass building that no one could miss. It's right at the front door. We can park it there. We don't even have to put money in the meter. It's right there. And if anyone who wants to sit there, Capybara, any of the bashes, the Kramers, they're welcome to come there. Tell us the day, we'll put the truck there, we'll meet you there. But they never show up, William. How many times did we ask them to come?
Well, I don't know what to say anymore. One guy's asking about Finger. How do you come, and he's a good, I've seen his name before. How do you come up with a total of 200 million naked short counterfeit? And fair enough.
It's a great question. If you go back a few years, I was saying it's 6 million shares.
I remember when you told me about the stock, it was 6 million.
Right. Then the Lynn Partners got involved and the stock exploded from 60 cents to 10. And every day we reported on it. Ba-room, 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 ba-room. We put it up every day. And the number just grew and grew and grew. And if you just do it this way, just think of it this way. I'll make it basic for you. Let's say they do 100,000 a day. It's been over 2.5 years now, right? 100 a day is 500 a week is 2 million a month. Times 10 right? It's 20 million, 24 million a year. 2 years, it gives you 50 million. So imagine if it was 500,000 shares a day, million shares a day. I posted the data straight from Buy-ins.net, who reports on naked shorts. The report is $45,000 for the year. If you like, you can go purchase it from Tom Ronk. It's $45,000. I've helped Tom Ronk out get clients, and for doing that, I was able to get access to some of the reports. Some of the reports, if you look, I used to send, if you go search under Dozer, he posted them a lot. I used to send them out to everybody, and he knew how to post it. So, I mean, a lot of people have helped out. And I don't know if I have an old one. Maybe I do. I'm going to see if I have an old one and maybe get it posted for you from the last time I got it. But it's a very expensive report. And you're getting the data straight from all the exchanges. Remember, everyone, I'll go back. I'll walk you through it slow again. There's only 4 ways to buy and sell a stock. Number 1, you can buy a stock. Number 2, you can sell a stock. Number 3, you can sell a stock short with a borrow, meaning a legitimate short, right? Number 4 is the naked short, where you don't need to borrow, okay? That is the loophole. But you have to fill out a ticket. So when you buy and sell a stock on your platform, you have to click on it. Are you buying it? Are you selling it? Are you selling it short with a borrow? Or you're naked short? Since you're not a market maker, who don't have access to the market maker exemption, which we're talking about, you won't have that on your Fidelity account or Ameritrade account. But people that have the direct market access have that button. And the way to get around it also is like Goldman Sachs did. They violated the rules 60 million times by marking their ticket as a long sale. Can you sell it? Everyone go on your platform and go try to sell 1,000 shares in NVIDIA without a borrow. Just go to sell it. You can't sell it. They won't allow you to have it because you don't own it. But the market maker exemption allows these small cast of characters to go sell stock that they don't have it because they're creating liquidity. That's what the SEC, their complaint by all these short sellers. Oh, we create liquidity. Well, look at the liquidity in GTII. Is that helping you? How about finger motion? How's the liquidity there helping you? Is that helping everybody? That these guys just keep selling it, creating liquidity? They create so much liquidity that we run out of money. Does
your theory or does your knowledge, would that show up on the no-bo list if a CEO asked for the no objection list? No. Would the discrepancy you described show up?
No, basically the only place it shows up is at the end of the day, FINRA is showing us the number, how many shares they naked short throughout the day. If you stop trading the stock, the CEO can only see what they DTC is showing us. They get perfect numbers. They don't get overages. If a CEO, if GTI got the shareholder list and it showed that there's 300 million extra shareholders out there, you don't think he would post it? It goes to the press or finger motion or MMTLP. MMTLP screaming that number. Screaming. They got 100 representatives in Congress and the Senate trying to get that number from the SEC. You think it shows up, William? I'll wait for your answer, William.
Well, I don't, there's a school of thought that's very insistent on let's take winter reports as the failed to locate short. You're not taking into account what was delivered and what was bought back during the day.
That's fantastic. MMTLP has got 100 senators and congressmen and representatives demanding the SEC.
Good answer. Touche.
What the number is.
Touche.
What?
No, I agree with you. That's touche.
That's it. To answer your question, why is MMTLP MMTLP fighting so hard to find out the number when it was so easy. The gentleman just said it's so easy to get.
Yeah.
It's so easy to get. How come no one can get it? It's so easy. That's because you can't get it.
Well,
So please,
and I would think
stop with the stupid questions. MMTLP is all you need to know. You can't get the number of holders. They won't tell you because there's not enough shares to match the holders. That's why they're hiding it. So please, that is moronic. Nothing against you, sir, or madam, whoever it is.
me.
It's moronic.
I'll take the blame. I'll be the moron. It screams to me the inconsistency of Reg FD. For a CEO, everything you do, if you leave the bathroom without washing your hands, you have to issue a press release. But when the shorts do something, they don't have to. They don't. There's no Reg FD for that.
I told you 1,000 times. Companies have to have lawyers, documents, files. Everything has to be perfect. The short sellers are sitting here in finger motion. You get the sell button. That's it. No one questions them. They don't need an attorney. They don't need nothing. They have one attorney like Gibson Dunn. If the SEC says they're going to shut down naked short selling, the attorney at Gibson Dunn is going to get a heads up from someone at the SEC, their buddy at the SEC, is going to tip them off and say, hey, guys, they're going to change the rules. You better cut this out. They all know.
Gibson Dunn represents both sides of this crime. They defend CEOs and then they also defend the shorts.
Right.
And I don't know. There's a lot of money in this.
Well, the thing that's going to change the game is that the people at the SEC that are working on these rules, and when they leak the information, okay, the crooks are going to know about it. You're going to know it because you're going to see the panic. Pete from Philly always said they sell without a care in the world, right, Brett?
Yeah, without fear. Without fear.
Without fear. That's his line, right? Without fear. That's what Pete from Philly said. But when Gibson Dunn gets the nod, when the information is leaked to Gibson Dunn, you're going to see something that you're going to faint because that's how fast it's going to go up. And they're going to go up all over the place. But what I think is going to happen is I think law enforcement's going to start grabbing these guys. And before the SEC has a chance to tip them off, I think that's going to happen. I think it's really a trap. And I do think that law enforcement is probably speaking with the SEC and said, don't you dare give them a heads up to start covering. We want to get these guys and trap them and arrest them. Do they speak together? I don't know. That would be, if I was the FBI Secret Service, I would knock at the SEC's door and tell Gary Gensler, we're going to start locking these guys up. You do anything to tip anybody off, and then you're in trouble.
I think it's weird. I think it's weird that Jeff Easton put out that press release that there's nefarious guys. And then he had one of his weakest clients, Vocal, put out a press release that there's nothing illegal.
Sure.
They might be tipped off, Jeff Easton, or maybe Gibson Dunn's telling Jeff Easton, you better cover your ass, boy. He hung up. I didn't hang him 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 up. I enjoy a screaming lunatic. Oh, good Lord. I don't know. I sometimes am on the lunatical fringe. Somebody kept asking about alt. I did ask him, and he did answer. He didn't know very much on alt. ZJYL, is it over the counter? Normally four letters means over the counter, but over the counter, NASDAQ used to be the over the counter, the creme de la creme. I don't know what you call NASDAQ now. If they call themselves over the counter, but let me just see, ZJYL. I didn't knock him off, so don't get mad at me. He'll come back. NASDAQ, it is NASDAQ. Oh, it's Sada Aman. How are you, Sada? Yeah, it is NASDAQ, which used to be over the counter. I don't know what to call NASDAQ anymore. I would call NASDAQ part of the New York Stock Exchange almost now. It's just a totally different world. I wrote down what Ham said about ZJYL, and I bought 6 shares. I'm thinking of buying 1 more share. That's, if they want to make fun of me, be or not to be, they can. But if you bought 1 share of ZJYL and it went to $15,000, I mean, it's dreaming. This is, not that I ever did that, but this is real, what are you smoking type thing. But 1 share, $15,000. I could go buy I don't know. You can buy half a car. Could buy a I don't know, 15 grand. You could buy a lot of things. So anyway, that's what I think. What he told me, there's 1 million shares in the float of ZJYL. Let's see if that's true on Yahoo. I mean, I believe him. I'm just checking because that's why my videos are often very long. I like to put the footnotes in, put the evidence in. So if you ever go back, I don't know who would go back and listen, but you can see that I'm not just making things up. But let's see, shares outstanding, 7.75 million. Held by insiders, 82 million. 82%. So 80% of 8 million. Well, it says implied shares outstanding is 12 million. Let's take 80% of that. I assume he's using numbers. Well, let's see how much is held at the DTC. Let me go to OTC markets. ZJYL. Somebody just sent me, I just saw regarding Univest. I'm not going to comment because I think it was Matt who first pointed it out to me, but it might be true. Matt might be correct that Univest was not happy with their name getting out. So I'm just going to not talk about Univest. Let's see. The held it. Oh, they don't have the data. So OTC markets shows outstanding shares as 6.75 million, and there's no data on the float. So I guess I just have to take it as factual from people that know. There's effectively 1 million shares in the float. This one group owns 1.3 million shares. They're going to take 500,000 out of the DTC. So all of a sudden, you're going to have pressure to locate 500,000 shares because they're asking for delivery. That could get exciting fast if it happens. I don't know how long it would take. If I called my broker and said, hey, I want my shares of MMTLP transferred into HNRC, that took about 60 days for me, maybe a little longer. So I don't know how long this will take, but that looks like a firecracker. Somebody else asked me, and he's still not calling back. Somebody else asked me about, all right, let's see. Let's see. Did you see the sell orders on MMT too late to cancel on the 9th and 12th? No, I didn't see that. Oh, it's Ham. Well, Ham, when he calls back, I'll ask him. That looks like a great house, great front yard. Or back, is that a, it looks like a grill. It's hard to see. Did you see the sell orders on MMTLP? Too late to cancel on the 9th and 12th. Unbelievable. This looks like a compliment. I'm always fishing for compliments. You bring a level of dignity to this. I don't know. Sometimes I feel like I'm a lunatic and I spend the rest of the night feeling embarrassed. But someday my day will come. It's not, I don't think it's good to be alone any point in your life, but it's tough when it's a Billy Joe Shaver song, but Waylon Jennings sang it about when you're down to your last shuck and everything's run out on me. I'll try to get the exact words because when you're singing it, you remember it. And too many miles to the train. But when you get to that point, and then you don't have anyone with you, that's not a good place to be. So while you're young, forgive each other, marry up, be happy with each other. I get so worried. My dog is poor guy. He's great. I mean, he doesn't complain, but he looks at you with a stare because he's old. He doesn't quite see you. I moved my mat. I had to do it by myself, but I moved my mattress up here because he can't go down the stairs anymore. So he gets up, and just that movement on the mattress makes him all nervous. And I love it though. He still goes around getting treats, making people happy, and he's enjoying life. But I had a fear last night, boy. Well, he's going to die. I don't know. I'm not going to like living here without him. It's going to be tough. Anyway, so this was written by Billy Joe Shaver. Let me make sure I'm telling you the truth. Well, I believe I'm telling you the truth. On the other hand, it says Bobby Bear. Well, it's not Bobby Bear. It's Waylon. Ride me down easy, Lord. Ride me on down. I better turn that off. Highways the hotter than. They'll give me some sort of strike on that. All right, here, this will say, oh, Lord. I can't find the. Ride me down easy, Lord, ride me on down. All right, sorry. I want to give you the lyrics. And I want to tell you who wrote it. Billy Joe Shaver. The highway, she's a hotter than 9 kinds of hell. The rides, they're as scarce as the rain. He's thumbing. When you're down to your last shuck with nothing to sell and too far away from the train. That happens in all of our lives at points. And it's tough when you're all alone going through it. Been a good month of Sundays, and a guitar ago, had a tall drink of yesterday's wine, left a long string of friends, some sheets in the wind, and some satisfied women behind. Hey, ride me down easy, Lord, ride me on down. Leave word in the dust where I lay. Say I'm easy to come and easy to go, easy to love when I stay. Put snow on the mountain, raised hell on the hill. I locked horns with the devil himself. Been a rodeo bum, a son of a gun, and a hobo with stars in his crown. So ride me down easy, Lord, ride me on down. Leave word in the dust where I lay. Say I'm easy come, easy go, and easy to love when I stay. So that's Waylon. It's actually Billy Joe Shaver. Yep, it's down $23, Joshua. And you know what you got to do when stocks are down like that? You got to buy them. Got to buy them. Maybe if you like the story. If you like the story, you buy them. But or hold on. I wouldn't look. ZJYL is a complete punt. It's like betting on who Kim Kardashian is going to hook up with next. It's a long shot. All right, let's see what this says. Yahoo states total insider shares is 6.3 million. Mark Maddox, very smart. Very smart, Mark Maddox. So from Yahoo, there's 7.75 million shares outstanding for ZYJL. And you take out what the insiders hold, you've got 1.31 million float. Perfect. And that lines up sort of with the numbers I gave before. So that's pretty amazing. Thank you. Willie. Well, Willie's old. Willie is great, though. Willie is great. You can say that again, Brian. Don't know who are the biggest criminals. The Crims? Naked shorting. You got to be careful. If you play with that word, you might be made fun of on Spaces. Naked shorting and the Crims letting them get away with it. Hey, R. Tuck. Cheese McCracker. Thank you, guys. Donna, you have 6 shares. I'm yellow, so that means you have more than I do. I can't believe this is serious discussion about investing. But Donna, I have 6. You have more than 6. What if 6 went to $10,000? What if it did? Now you could buy a car. Thank you, Travis. I would love to buy him Chutra. You should see him now, though. When you give him a treat, when I try to pet him, he always pulls away. So I think he might have pain in his mouth. But the vet said, you put him, you knock him out to work on anything and he could die. So it's, I don't know what to do. Well, Anthony, what is to stop these Richard heads from selling Finger or GTI sub 10 cents? I don't think they'll be able to sell Finger down that low, but they've tried it before. I think it's possible they could get GTII down to 10 cents, but what's counteracting that? Let me say it differently. I bet that's their goal, but what's counteracting that is the lower the prices, there is buying. Now, I don't know what I can say about GTII other than it appears the CEO is trying to do some things that are on his agenda. Let's hope he sticks to his, I believe he will stick to his commitment not to make a deal with the Kramers or Alpine. And he doesn't need to raise money. I mean, that's a mixed bag. People can say to you, what does GTII have? Well, it's hard to point to anything right now that's a real driver of earnings or anything. On the other hand, they're not like Vocal, where they have to go back for the pimp to get another shot of courage, another shot of whatever, another bag of, I don't have the vocabulary, but so it's a mix. But obviously, Anthony, at 31 cents, GTII is closer to 10 cents than Finger is at $3.50. I mean, somebody asked me, have I changed on GTII? I have to say that when the price gets down here, all right, he's calling in on a different phone. All right, hang on. I got to put you on. I've got to put you on the speaker. All right, you're on the speaker.
Hello?
You're on the speaker. You're on the, hang on, damn it. Yeah, you're on the speaker.
Call ended.
He hung up. And I didn't mean to swear. My apologies to B, Celeste, and Sada Aman, and anybody else who I offended. We'll wait for him to call back in. I'll try to ask him about GTII, but I think Finger has to go first. I think the whales need to drive GTII, and some of those whales are focused on 2 or 3 other stocks too. So anyway, this is all about making money. Same with big. If you're a wealthy guy, it's the same strategy as not having a lot of money. You can put it all on red 32, or you can put some on red 32, some on black, some on the 00, and then just pick 2 or 3 other numbers and put it on the corners. And then when the wheel rolls, you just need one or maybe 2 of those to hit, and you make money. So the big guys do the same thing. They have more than one investment going. They don't have it just on one. So all we need is one of these trades to work, and I think the money will come back to the same stocks that they're already invested in. I heard some conflicting information about the Trento mining deal. I don't know what to make of it, but it was all second and third and fourth hand. But it gave me some pause in terms of hearing it from one person. On the other hand, the other day I heard something positive. So I just don't know the answer about what's going on with Trento Mines. So we'll let Ham answer on GTII. I'm sure he's closer to it. Finger to me, there's no question they're trying to drive it down. That indicates to me they're trying to get a financing done. Doesn't mean they need the money, but I bet if they're contemplating making an acquisition or raising money or funding growth, if they're talking to an investment banker, they're talking to the side of the street that the executives at NASDAQ, the executives at the over-the-counter markets, the executives maybe at the NYSE, FINRA, the executives, the SEC, they all support the criminals. They all support the criminals. So they allow the market, and it happens, it's happened for years. It's happened for years. As a finance, there's supposed to be a Chinese wall. There isn't. As soon as a financing is being done, the criminals drive it down so they can buy in at a cheaper price. And by that time, the CEO goes, they're down the path. I got to take the money. I got to take the money. And it's frustrating. The stock market is entirely slanted towards the criminals, and the cops protect the criminals, not you. Now, there's a guy I follow sometimes, Gregory Menarino. I'm looking for this quote. I can't find it right now, but David Morgan said that the Chicago futures exchanges are all set up to help the short, not the long. I'm paraphrasing, but that's what he said. And that's true. The regulatory body, the NASDAQ executives are there to protect the criminals, not you. The OTC executives with their big smiles are there to protect the criminals, not you. FINRA is there to protect the criminals, not you. Gary Gensler, glad-hander, he's there to protect the criminals, not you. And then your brokerage firms are so commission hungry, asset under management hungry, they look the other way. The good clients are the criminals, not you. But what Gregory Manarino said is, it's a rigged market. Use it to your advantage. And that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to use it to our advantage, which I think means you have to be more willing to trade than just to sit there like a sheep to be shorn, and then a naked sheep to be slaughtered. We have to, make our moves. Anyway, sorry, Anthony, that was a long answer that didn't answer your question. When is Univest buying? I'm wiped out. I'm getting wiped out here. I don't know what stock you're talking about. My guess is Univest isn't buying any of the stocks we're talking about. And I don't want to speculate on Univest one way or the other. But my guess is they're not involved in any of these stocks. And I'm going to leave it that way. When does the bleeding stop? I don't think it stops until well, that's a broad question. In the market, it doesn't stop until someone like Adina Friedman actually cares about market integrity. It doesn't stop until CalPERS calls their senators in California and says, what the F is going on? It doesn't change until you get rid of Gary Gensler. But if you just put in another shill that's there to protect Goldman Sachs, that doesn't change. You need an Elliott Ness. And remember, there's only one Elliott Ness in history. Out of all the FBI agents, all the FBI directors, there's only one Elliott Ness that you recall. So it's a tall order. I don't think the bleeding is going to stop. And that makes it, for example, in my case, I own a year and a half, when GTI ran up, and I guess according to him, Lou's taking credit for that, or people are giving him credit. Okay, maybe. They don't want to blame him when he came on and said COSM has 2,000% short. The CEO's talking to me. The CEO of GTI won't talk to me. And their COSM is going on upstream. They're changing. You know, those three guys. I think there was a squeeze in GTI back then. But, you know, I kicked myself back then. That we had 2 or 3 weeks just to sell the stock. You know, we all did. And so anyway, Anthony, that's my point. When these stocks start to run up for whatever reason, take your original investment off the table. Take your original investment. I don't have to talk about GTII. I can talk about an oil and gas company 20 some years ago that I had a bunch of stock in, and it ran. And my broker, because I was out of I just left it at my old office, which is now Morgan Stanley, called me up and say, hey, let's just sell here. Well, I didn't. I said, no, it's going to run. I was totally wrong. It went to $14 or $15, and the guy called me up and said, just sell it all. I said, no, sell a little bit. I think I sold 1,000 shares. I had 100 or 150,000 shares. And I mean, I did sell it on the way down. And I think I sold at an average of $6 to $8, but you know, they destroyed that stock too. It ultimately went to 75 cents. And then it went 40 cents. And then I think it was delisted. So my point is, Anthony, when these things run, when your whole body is saying, don't sell because it's going higher, we finally have one. Take your original money off the table. In fact, if I was taught, I never followed it, but I can't tell you how many boring times people would get up in front of the room and teach us, if you have a stock and it doubles, take 1/3 of your money off the table. If it doubles again, take another 1/3 off, and then just trade the remaining 1/3. And I was like, I'm too young. But you know what? Whatever your rule of thumb is, as these stocks run, I'm trying to remember. Warren Buffett said, if it's good enough to screenshot, it's good enough to sell. Just take some profits. That's how to use the rig system against them. We don't stand, like Ham says, don't stand like a statue. Don't just say, hey, my brother used to tell me, a little bit impolite, and I don't think I quote him exactly, but he'd say, Bill, if you want to get screwed, he used a different word. First, you got to bend over. I don't think he said it exactly that way, but let's stop bending over. Let's take our trades, move, boom, boom. But your question about when does the bleeding stop? What frustrates me is you look up the stocks. I mean, I went through this morning, I went through every single stock here. They're all down. Except for Logic is up. CAUD is up. HNRC is up. from the end of the year, I mean, from the end of the year. GoLogic was slightly up. And CLNV was slightly up. The rest are all down. So it's a good question. When does the bleeding stop? I did listen to a guy your age, it looks like, who it claims to be an expert in advising investors on YouTube. And he gave his recommendation of the top 7 or 8 or 9 stocks to own for 2004. I swear, the top stocks were all, the S&P 6, or what's now called, I think, the Magic 7. And Ham didn't want to hear this, but I'm going to show you the S&P 6, which I believe is where the Fed pours money in, maybe through Ken Griffin, and then everyone else joins in, and they all have great records, and they can charge you 2%, 20% to put your money in a managed fund or a mutual fund. I don't think these are I think there's one pretender in here. But by market cap, the largest stock in the world by market cap is, I'll give you a second to guess. That's right. It's Apple. $2.9 trillion. 2.9 trillion. Apple. The second largest company by market cap, I'll give you a second. That's right. Microsoft. 2.8 trillion. 2.8 trillion. The third largest company by market cap. You're not going to guess right off the bat. It's not what you're thinking. Okay. It's 2.2 trillion. Saudi Aramco. It's an oil company. The fourth largest company by market cap is Google, Alphabet, 1.8 trillion. The fifth largest is Amazon, 1.5 trillion. The sixth largest is Nidia, 1.3 trillion. And then the seventh is Facebook. And it's not a trillion. It's not a trillion. I bet he wishes he hadn't gotten into that space, that meta idea. And then quickly following below, Berkshire Hathaway, Tesla, Eli Lilly, Visa. I don't know what TSMC is. Is that MasterCard? United Health, JP Morgan Chase, Novo Nordisk, Broadcom, Walmart, and ExxonMobil's number 18. MasterCard's 19. Samsung is 20. So that's your top 20. But let me just go with the S&P 6. P 6. Let me see if that gives me an answer. No, it doesn't, of course, because that was a nickname. All right, I'm going to get to your questions. Okay, they've already switched it to the 7 stocks. So the 7 stocks, the S&P 7, the magnificent 7, are Amazon. We found it on there. Apple, we found it on there. Google, Alphabet, we found it on that list. Meta, which is Facebook, we found it on that list. Microsoft, we found it on that list. Nidia, we found it on that list. And Tesla, slightly lower, but it was there. So it's just all the large caps. It's just all the large caps. Back before Ace was born, there was a bull market that happened, and I was alive, but I was young. So the Nifty 50 from Pomona College. Let's see what this guy says. The traditional Nifty 50 story is that prices of growth stocks rose to unreasonable highs in the early 70s, as evidenced by the subsequent crash. All right, here they are. Well, that's not they. That is not they. Oh, 1972. All right, let's just read through some of these names. Some of them are still around. But Polaroid, let's see what this is. Polaroid went bankrupt. So this is the return on the Nifty 50. There's no date on this abstract, but it's the return if you had just invested in the Nifty 50. And it doesn't say when they did that. It doesn't have a date. So, but you'll get the point. There's McDonald's, MGIC Investment, Walt Disney, Baxter Travenol, IFF, Avon Products, Emery Air Freight, Johnson & Johnson, Digital Equipment, Kmart, Simplicity Pattern, AMP, Black & Decker, Sharing, American Hospital Supply, Schlumberger, Burroughs, Xerox. Anyway, you get what I'm trying to point out is that these changed. I don't like this abstract. I don't like this story. All right, let's see what intrinsic vesting says. In the early 1970s, a group of high-quality growth stocks such as Coca-Cola, Procter & Gamble, Johnson & Lemon, Walt Disney, Pfizer, American Express generated gangbuster returns. At the time, these stocks were referred to as the Nifty 50. At the peak in late 1970, these stocks traded at PE ratios of 42 times, while the overall S&P was trading at 19 times. But in 1973 and 74, inflation rose rapidly, a recession hit, the overall market declined, and the Nifty 50 underperformed sharply. So this article is making a point I'm not making. They're saying if you had bought the Nifty 50 at the high and hung on till last year, you would have made 12% annual rate of return. I'm trying to point out to you that a lot of these stocks cease, they just don't exist anymore. Here's the stocks, 1970. I wonder if I can download that and show it to you. I guess I can. All right, I'm going to get off that subject because it's not proving what I wanted to prove. Pelosi loves NVIDIA. Aramco, you're right. You were right. Well, this attitude is wrong. Diego, two parts of your comment are wrong in my judgment. I'm already slaughtered in GTII, not worth selling at this price. Well, that's one strategy. I'm not telling you to sell GTII. I'm just talking in general about a stock. I sold, for example, my last 100,000 shares of Vocal. I don't know what day, Thursday or Friday last week, whenever that saccharine, obsequious news announcement came out and said that Jeremy Frommer, the CEO, had not found any illegal trading, no evidence. Where'd he look? He looked under his pillow. So I sold those shares at, I mean, I didn't get a good price. I think I can tell you what I sold them for. They kept lowering the price. The lowest price I got was 0.0055. 0.0055. Let me see if I'm telling you the truth. Yeah, here I got 0.0057. So that's the range I got on my Vocal. Well, right now, and I lost a lot of money on Vocal. Right now, Vocal is trading for 0.0047. So if we just use those two numbers, 57 and 47, and we subtract that out, the bid's lower than 47, but let's just use 0.0057 minus 0.0047. That's 0.001. And then we divide that by, I'll use the higher number, 0.057. That's 17.5%. 17.5% more money that I had to buy ZJYL than if I had just said to myself, I'm already slaughtered, it's not worth selling. That's not the best attitude. There was a broker from North Carolina, great guy, big, tall guy, Bob Clayton. He used to say, this is when I trained and started at Merrill Lynch, you must become somewhat inured toward those losses which your clients incur. But he also used to say, and others did too, but I remember it from him first, when you own a stock, that part of the decision to sell is if you have a better idea, you have a better opportunity. So you sit and look at it. And that's what I did quickly while we were on the phone. I said, well, I put it in at 5.5 cents and I got it at 5.7, 0.0057. I'm thinking this stock's going down. And I'm hearing about ZJYL. So I thought, you know what? I think that has better odds to work. So by selling 2 days ago, even though I'm down 97, 98%, I found it worth selling because I had some capital with which to buy something that has a chance to make a big move. That's in the category, of course, of a little bit of gambling almost. It's a little bit of switching from one horse to the other. It's not always advisable, but that's what I did. So I don't totally agree with you. If you had sold GTII in December, when I made this list, and I'm not saying you should have, but you could have sold GTII at 45 cents and and then it went down on the last day of the year, it was 40 cents. You would have said, oh, I'm down so much already, it's not worth selling. But now it's 30, you save 25% further. So I don't totally agree with that. The other part of your statement I don't agree with, I'll be happy to break even. Oh, well, I don't agree with that either. That's what they want you to do. They want you just hang on. And if it breaks even, you're going to sell out. I think with GTII, you have, as you do with any stock position, 3 choices. That you defined one of your choices. I'm already down. It's not worth selling. Oh, well. In other words, hold. That's one thing you can do. Second thing, I told you in November and December, I was pounding it on all these stocks. It's a chance to sell in November, sell this GTII, buy it back at the end of the year. You could establish a tax loss. You can still do it. Sell now and buy it back in a month and establish a tax loss and still have your position. But the risk is, of course, now the tax loss selling season is over with, so that native pressure downward is absent. So your second choice is to sell it. That can either be sell it and move on to a different stock, sell it and maybe buy it back in 31 days, put your money elsewhere in the meantime. The other choice, believe it or not, is to buy more and average down. I'm not telling you what to do. I have a chart somewhere. That I'm not going to be able to find of GTII. I think that level right at 40 cents, it's broken down. And I'm not saying that this isn't a good place to buy, but it may get cheaper. You may be able to buy it cheaper on GTII. I don't know. I don't know. And I wish Ham had talked more about it. But I would rather see an indication. You know, sometimes it's better to see an indication of a change in direction. And I think that I'll look at a chart because I'm totally guessing as I speak. I'll look at a chart of GTII. I don't have one right now. I'll print one out and take out my pencil and my ruler and come up with an answer. Now let's look at some of these prices. Diego, you've got me intrigued. It's 317 and Vocal now bid is excuse me, 0.0046 bid. Down a full penny. Well, not even a penny. 0.00, whatever. That's hopeless. Vocal. There's nobody blinder than he who just won't see. All right, let's look at HNRA. I really like this stock. And Billy Ray Valentine, ask your friend about that one. This is Pogo Producing. I think I have the chart. I did a video on it. I might have it here. H&R Acquisition Corp. This is a D-SPAC, and I can't see what's wrong with this stock other than the criminals are crushing it, but I think they're going to get caught out. I mean, I showed the chart when I did the video last night. Let me see if I have it here. Of course, I won't have it here when I want to see it, show it to you. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. This is not, it says Amex at the top, but I'm not smart enough to give you that distinction. I think Amex was bought by the New York Stock Exchange. Amex used to be a great alternative exchange. And you would go to the Amex so there wouldn't be manipulation by market makers on the over-the-counter and NASDAQ markets. You go to Amex because you had, what are those guys called? That specialists. You had specialists on the floor of the Amex. Doesn't exist anymore. But look at this. It's an NYSE. It trades all day long at 10. It goes up to 12 or 13. And then as soon as it's de-SPACed, they crush it. They crush it. It has a little life here. I'm sure some insiders bought or something. And then they crush it back down because it always works. No one enforces it. If you're a good client and you give a lot of commission, you got good lawyers, and you can lie a little bit. It's like being a tall guy that's reasonably good looking. If you can lie, you're going to have more than one woman on your string, because every woman wants to date a man 6'2" or taller. Just ask Amy Winehouse. So if you're willing to lie and you're a big client, they let you sell the stock without owning it, and you crush it and you make killing. Just got to be able to lie. Well, I think in the case of HNRA and Billy Ray, I'd love it if you asked your friend. They're not going to need any money. The whole idea of crushing the stock is so that on good news, on any capital raise, you destroy the denominator. You issue so many shares, and you know, people like Adina Friedman, the guy Compost Heap at OTC Markets, Compost Crapo, whatever his name is, some fancy name. I'll look it up. And then at they just don't care. They're there to protect the criminals. But I think what's interesting about HNRA, it's $1.90. They bought, this is, and we will, if you own HNRC, we'll own a piece of this. They bought Pogo Resources for $90 million. And part of that was cash and the rest was stock. That's part of this that I haven't been able to suss out exactly what was done. But the asset they bought has a PV10 of $434 million. If you take off the 63, they borrowed 28 million. And if you take off the line of credit, it brings that down to around 400 million. And obviously they can borrow more and it can change. But their revenue growth, this property has gone from $9 million revenue in 2020 to 2021, 18 million, to 2023, 35 million. And it's been profitable for the last 2 years. They have 550 wells producing. So the net aggregate price was 63 million. They did some horse trading, and there's a promissory note. So it's a little hard to get the exact per share value, but I tried to do it anyway. But this is in the Permian Basin. 434 million net present value using SEC calculations for the price of oil. and this was calculated a year ago. Their goal is to increase production by 2.5 times within the next 3 years. The life of the revenue, 20 years. The life of the revenue, 20 years. Here's their property. It's all proven. It's all proven. It's all infill. If they drill anything, it's infill drilling, but it's all water flood. So the oil's there. It's just a matter of getting it out. Look at the decline curves. Those decline curves are sweet. They don't decline. I mean, that's wrong. They do decline, but ever so slowly. So the key takeaways on the property, it's 100% operated by a great team, low lifting costs. There's no finding costs, the lifting costs, $15 a barrel. $15 a barrel is your cost. Obviously, you might have a little bit to add to that, but for 18 months, that number has stayed stable. $15. Their results, their oil sells at a premium to WTI. It's low risk. They have a development plan. Like I already say, they're going to try to, they're highly confident that they will increase production by 2.5 times over the next 3 years. They're spending $90 million to develop their property, and it's going to be funded by free cash flow. Free cash flow and a line of credit. They don't have to go back to the criminals. They don't have to go back to the criminals. They're going to pay down debt, build a strong balance sheet. We will responsibly grow the business by following a proven development plan along with solid financial management. And then, they describe themselves and all that. Well, anyway, I don't know if I have it here. I did it on a video last night, and I don't know if I have that calculation here. But if I do, I'll show it to you. If I don't, I'll tell you about it. I shall tell you about it if I don't have it here. Anyway, they have like 7.5 million shares out. And of course, I don't have the calculation here. And it works out to, I can't remember what my arithmetic worked out to, like $40 a share. Here, is that it? They have 7.5 million shares out. And if I don't have my arithmetic, but anyway, it worked out to like 45 or maybe $50 a share if you assume all of that net present value now, which I don't think you can quite do, and I don't think the market will do. But I do think, see that spike in the stock right there? That's like 13.5. I do think my target for this stock is $12. I think it'll break out down here. It'll break through these and it'll go back to that high. $12 a share is my target for that stock. I don't see the risk in it. I mean, there's the risk if oil prices go below zero again. There's a risk if a meteor hits New Mexico. There's a risk if somehow the United States of America stops driving and stops flying and stops going to war. But otherwise, I think the shorts have really stepped in it here. Whoever shorted this is going to have to cover. And I think you've got a trade here. Anyway, all right, enough about H&RA. Let me see what some of the other prices are. finger motion is down 29 cents. That's incredible. That's absolutely incredible. I'll look at a chart on that. I don't have one now. Maybe I'll do a video on that. ZJYL down $24 to $96. Looking a little bit pounceable, but I guess it'll be down again tomorrow a little bit. So we'll see. MMAT is slightly up. I'm confused with MMAT. I trust Pedro Philly. He's put out a really strong recommendation, not financial advice, of course, but he thinks that could be the trade. I'm a little confused if they actually did that terrible financing. I just don't know. I'm a little more cautious than Pedro Philly because of the financing. On the other hand, I really trust his judgment. He's a smart trader, very smart trader. I would listen to him. Logic is just under 7 cents, very little volume. Look, I did a video this morning on Logic. I won't bore you by regurgitating all of it, but basically, I think that's a 50, 60-cent stock. And as soon as the definitive agreement is signed for an acquirer to buy the whole thing and then list on the New York Stock Exchange or the NASDAQ, once the announcement's made, I think that you can make 5 times your money on Logic. Until then, this bouncing around down here is normal. They're coming back to the, all right, hang on. I think you can double your money. Here's him. Hang on, I've got to get the speaker going again. I don't know why it doesn't.
Battery 100%. Okay. Connected to Bill's iPhone.
All right. Okay, you're connected.
All right, a bunch of people are all texting me on Twitter and private messaging me to buy GTII. Again, I can't advise you on what to do. I can only tell you what I see. This is, I reposted the NSCC's report against Alpine with their concentrated short position in GTI. I don't know how much more proof you need. I feel the MMTLP people, claiming to have proof. I don't think you get more proof than that. Where I've never seen a document ever where the NSCC, DTC, SEC, FINRA, a court document, a concentrated short position as a prime broker in GTII, which we were screaming about the whole time. And the CEO of DBMM told us that the Kramers used Alpine as their prime broker. We all know it's there. We all know they haven't covered. And it's just a disgrace that we have to sit here and watch this every day. All right. Countries are screaming about it. And we've been screaming about it for a long time. I can't do anything about it. Enforcement's getting back to me. And I assure you, they will see, or they have that information already. I put it in documents. I can't remember everything I put in it. And they will follow the sell tickets. These guys are trying to get people to unwind and just want people to sell so they can cover it. We said it was 400 million. If we're half right, it's 200 million. We traded 600,000 shares today, and they keep trying to press putting it down. They were spoofing big orders again. People don't spoof big orders if they want to sell it. If you want to sell it, 1/10 of a penny is not making a difference. Am I correct, William?
1/10 of a penny? No, it's 1,000th of a penny.
whatever it is, the market in the stock is paper thin. People are spoofing 50,000, 60,000 for sale. If I want it out and I wanted to sell something, I just hit the bid and I'll see you later. That's how I trade. I'm sure most people know how to trade. Sitting here trying to offer and letting the guys run in front of you is nonsense. No one does that. All right. So these are fake orders trying to push it down. I would do the same thing if I was short. Pete from Philly would do the same thing. Anybody who's a trader knows how to move a stock down. We all do. We all know how to do it. And they're doing exactly what we all know how to do. And I know it sucks and we have to watch it. They've been pushing it down since 70, every day grinding it down. And it's in sync with finger motion, the same patterns in finger motion. The only thing is finger motion's a much higher price stock. Finger motion's got, different fundamentals than GTII. One person in a group message said to me, well, all these failed deals, who would put a company into a public company watching the manipulation? You have to be out of your mind. GTI was close to getting the deal done with the 1-800 lawyers. I can't blame a guy who owns a law firm after watching the fraud and seeing what's going on the street, walking away from this deal. All right. The equity markets are completely fraudulent. All right. And the SEC is doing nothing. I put the picture of the truck. I put this. I can't do anymore. It's going to come to a head. They can't just continue to let this happen. I don't know what day it's going to happen, but I believe it's going to happen shortly. I think MMTLP is going to knock the cover off the ball here and it's going to save everyone. I never knew which stock is going to be to save everyone. And I truly believe MMTLP is the one that's going to end the crime. They're going to put the nail in the crime. That's it. It's over. And that's why I think you're seeing the aggressiveness in Finger and GTII. I don't watch all these other names, so you can't say why aren't these other names. I don't see them all. I can't tell you the trading activity in these names. But everyone's saying the same thing to me. The stocks that they're following are all going down quickly because they don't understand it. No one understands why their stocks are collapsing. So this to me tells me that it's getting close. These guys they're going to turn. I believe they're going to turn and be buyers shortly. That's all I can tell you. I can't tell you to average down. You got to do that yourself. I do believe that MMTLP is going to end the crime. I think finger motion is going to be first. Once finger motion goes, the people I know are going to trample them in GTII. That's all I can tell you about the whole thing. All these other stocks, CBM, Northwest Bio, OPK, CELU, blah, 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 blah. I can't tell you. I don't really watch them all. All right. It's just the way it is. There's nothing I can tell you. You're not going to get rich trading NVIDIA. So please don't even bother watching it. It just makes yourself sick. There's no one on this phone that has the balls to go out there and go buy a $25 call option in NVIDIA with the stock of $450 buying the $500 to $15. You gotta have a big pair of balls to do that. All right. That's a tough bet. And the reason those options are so expensive is because everybody knows that the stock is going to trade that high. It's not a secret. Nancy Pelosi's husband bought calls in the stock the other day. Everybody knows it's been around. And you can see Nancy Pelosi's husband's got a good scoop about what's going on. That's what goes on in DC. Everybody knows. It was all over the papers that Nancy Pelosi's husband was buying calls. That's Wall Street. Get used to it. But this is fraud. I can't stop the manipulation. Every day, the stock just keeps moving lower and lower. All they're trying to do is, if I was a short, you drive it down. And when everybody thinks they're going to give up when the stocks rally, they come in and they scoop up all the sellers that panic out. That's what they do. If you believe that there is no crime here, I showed you the proof. It's from the DTC. The NSCC told us. We're not making it up. It's right there. The proof is right there. Out of a court document. We didn't make it up. It's right there. And that's from October. I put the wrong date. I put October 3rd. It's October 28, 2022. It's 2024. Think about that. Was it 16 months, 15 months that we've had this court document? Think about that. And no one's done anything. It says the concentrated short position, October 28, 2022. It's January 2024. And not one regulator has stepped up. They've been doing a tap dance with Alpine for how long? I don't even know how long now. Since that document, I guess. I don't even know. Since 2022. And they know about these crooks probably before that. And people are asking me, why is the stock going down? I don't control anything. We can only show you the crime. They're letting these guys climb in and out of the bank window like it's no big deal. Help yourself. Take whatever you like. And it's right there. If I was making it up, there would be no proof. The proof is right there. And someone asked me about the finger motion. I reached out to Mark Bazile, and he's able to go after everyone. He's amending his complaint, and he can go drag in Capybara and Benzinga now. He's going to turn up the heat on all those characters. I assume that's how it works. And Richard's going to do an update on it, on the finger motion, Capybara, the finger motion, Capybara, and Benzinga fraud. More fraud. We should be talking about a company that's doing business, but instead, William, all we talk about is fraud. And the regulators do nothing about it. FINRA, the SEC, have been stabbing the people in the MMTLP right in the heart and couldn't give a rat's ass about anybody. People have passed away in that group, in that community that they call it a community. People are dying. They don't even care. Time is the killer, and they know it. They're trying to bury everybody here. That's what they want to do. I don't know what to say, William. I can't say it anymore.
Well, no, it gets repetitive, but it's the story, you know. It's.
Oh no! Listen, I keep trying to I keep telling you what I know. Keep seeing it. And on a different note, if you look at it, I told you I sat at a conference with the people at Wolf. I listened to what they said, everything about it, their background, everything about them. Wolf went from 60 cents to $4 when Bitcoin went from 16 to 36,000. Bitcoin's now 47,000. Okay, and Wolf is at $2.04. I'm just looking at it based on what I saw before. 36,000 was 4, 47,000 is 2. Yorkville was the short seller in that name, Yorkville. I don't know how. To me, I'm just looking at an idea saying they just make it look like everything doesn't work. If you're an investor, you get nervous. You look at the stock, say, how could it not go up?
If you ran NASDAQ or over the counter or NYSE, would you have any curiosity that every single stock, every single CEO, every idea, every company that gets financed by the Lynn Partners always goes down? How is that statistically possible in a fair world?
It's impossible. And they're all from different walks of life. There's all different companies. BRAG is different than the cell phone company SYTA, which was slaughtered already, 10 to pennies, reversed. It's just unbelievable. They did it to RWLK, which makes a robotic that helps handicapped people walk. They destroyed that company, and yet they say they own the stock. Sure, they shorted 200 million shares and they're long 13 million shares that they show. Yeah, that's how they hide that's how they show you they're good guys. Oh, we own the stock. Yeah, sure, but account B is short 200 million shares. I'll do that trade every day. Let me sell 200 million shares. I'll buy 13 million shares. Everyone thinks we're good guys because we're with them. And yet their stocks are getting killed and their returns are up 220%. How could that be possible? The holdings they have are getting destroyed, yet their returns are up 220% because their biggest backer is bragging about it. He made the mistake of bragging about it. We wouldn't have known that. He bragged about it in an Australian newspaper. They're crooks. They're all crooks. They belong in jail. And the paper, you remember, the paper trail doesn't go away. They tried to do it. They burned down, the big boys burned down the building in Chicago, took it away on fire. That tells you how much of crime is going on. When the DOJ said they were going after short sellers, they burned the building down. Now, I don't know who was housing what in that place, but whoever it was wanted that evidence to go away fast. All right? That's Wall Street for us. I can't stop it. William can't stop it. We can expose it, educate you about it. And that's what we've done.
Well,
Very well.
I guess your choice as an investor is to invest in those 7 stocks or take a shot at using the rigged system against them. And that's what Ham's trying to show, in my opinion. I'm trying to do in my own way. Ace and others as well. Pedro Philly has a couple, is trade against these bastards. But don't hold on to stocks forever.
Listen, I would tell you, my advice to you, okay, this is my opinion.
Yep.
Go out, short the stocks, go put fake reports out there and say whatever the fuck you want because the SEC doesn't care. That's all I can see. Capybara wrote reports that are damaging. The company lost 150 million in market cap. The company's chasing a ghost and no one gives a shit. Why would I go the other way? I can go out there and say NVIDIA, the chips don't work, get boosted, put reports out there, whatever you want to say. You could say anything. It's freedom of speech. No one cares. If you can't beat them, join them, right?
Well, in that case, we should be petitioning the various regulators and executives. Full disclosure, just put a print.
How are we gonna listen? We're all broke. Get over it already, William. We can't fight these battles. These guys are billion.
Well, it's like the pack of cigarettes. It says smoking kills. Every time you open a brokerage account, it should say, if you do business on the NASDAQ, over the counter, NYSE, you're going to lose your money because the SEC does not enforce securities
that's
laws.
what they should. The SEC. I've been attacking the SEC educational site and say at least have the balls to tell everybody that it's all fraud. Yeah. Don't educate anybody. Educate everybody. Listen, the criminals control the game. If you invest, you're going to lose your money.
You're going to lose it. You're going to lose your money.
You're going to win 10% of the time and lose 90.
Yeah.
So that's what they should say. If they said that, I respect them more. Doing nothing and walking past Anna, she's standing there right in Gensler's face. The Senate people questioning the congressman, whatever they were, questioning Gensler and him lying right to their faces. All right, this is the paid regulator doing nothing. How are we supposed to stop this? That a regulator looking right at their faces, looking at you under oath, standing there lying right there. Do you realize what we've done here? We've done a remarkable job, and we're gonna win. It's just hard to sit through it when you see this attack every day. Since I can't give you the dates on GTI, but I looked at it in finger motion, and it's been since October 10th. Every day the stock goes down. Every day. That like the company's going out of business, and it's based on the company's revenue, which has been skyrocketing. The downward action is only based on Capybara's report and the manipulation. There's nothing else to it. There's no other news that's come out. And it's just endless selling, and it just doesn't go away. And there's not a thing we can do about it. The regulators know it. They can see it. They know the truck is there. They're not that stupid. They see the truck there. They know we busted them with the truck. The truck is proof that we were whistleblowing. No one else is whistleblowing like we have. We give you the names, the amount of the volume, and I think I found one of the old Tom Ronk reports, and I'm going to try to put it up there again for everybody before the end of the day. And I think it was like 160 million at the time. It goes up every day. It was just going up. At 200, I stopped. We're trading almost 400,000 every day in finger motion and drifting lower. All right, so that number for the last 4 months, October, November, December, January, 4 months at 2 million shares a month. That's another 8 million shares.
God, they're coming after Trump. Epstein victim Sarah Ransom claimed Trump had regular sex at Peto's financier's New York City mansion.
Who's that?
the headline is that Trump had sex at Epstein's New York City mansion. I don't believe it, but they're coming after Trump.
If that was true, that would have been out months ago, years ago, whatever it was. Listen, I don't get involved in the political stuff. This whole country's fucking nuts. They go after our political leaders. They attack Trump. The guy's been nothing but an ace, and they attack him. What else can you say? If they're attacking our political leaders, the whole system is rigged. Everybody knows. Everything about this country is crooked. We got migrants running around New York City with brand new cars. Where they get money from? Now they're fighting with each other, killing each other. You don't even know that, William. It's out of control. Everything's out of control. South Korea, Thailand, India. I'm just going to focus on the financial markets. They understand the crime. And if I was able to go tomorrow, I would go to South Korea and really show them what the hell's going on here.
We'll go. We'll go do
and
it.
They should run for the hills and never even have anything to do with any U.S. investors. Susan Trimbat put up a thing that if you have a U.S. passport, you want to play in a real market, you could sign up for an account in South Korea using your passport and trade their stocks. Go buy Samsung. It's the best company in the world. Go buy their stuff. We buy washers, dryers, everything from them. And their stocks are protected, not here. We got 10 stocks that work. Everything else goes down. Nvidia is growing because they're doing business and they're coming up with wonderful things. And the stock goes up. That stock was $250. They just hit grease lightning and the stock took off. Congratulations. And if the shorts have it their way, the ones that are short this stock, you know they're going to come out and report soon and attack it. They know that they know everything wears off. They'll come after it. You'll see. You'll say, "Oh my God, that idiot said it in January that they were going to attack it." It's it's February, and here they are. Here comes the stories. Because guess what? Nvidia now has a $500 target. It's 500 now. Let's drive it down to 350, like they do to Tesla all the time. They try to kill that stock every chance they get. Now they put in that what? Elon Musk is what? A drug addict? So if you think they're going after Trump, they're going after him also.
Oh, yeah.
Elon Musk, he took drugs. Who gives a shit what he does? The guy's the most brilliant guy in the country, in the world. And they want to get rid of him. Really? I let him do anything. I let him fly a plane. I couldn't care less. The guy's brilliant. Anyway. All right, listen, I can't say much more. It is what what's going on. And this is what's happening. And the onslaught and Fingers earnings are coming out on the 15th, I heard, or the 12th and 15th. I lost my track of my dates. I can't remember. I don't know if the 15th on the weekend or the 12th. I forgot. I'm sorry. But again, they're knocking it down like they did in the video. They killed the video down 6 times, and now it finally took off, right? That's what they do. They knock them down first. Someone gave me a stock. I can't remember the symbol. It was $318. He told me they were going to squeeze it. I can't remember the symbol. And today it's up 23 points. But they took it down 15 points first. And I asked the guy every day, I said, wait, it's down $15. Because they're going to squeeze it. And today it's up $25, $26. I'm just saying that's what they do first. I don't know what the news was, but they knock it down first and then they take it up. And everybody says, oh my God, the stock's up $23. If someone yells your stock's up if you got a stock up $23, everybody on this phone would sell it, including myself. But imagine if it went 23 from where the spot you purchased it. Instead of being up 23, I paid for it. I'm only up 3 points. And I'm happy that I'm breaking even. See you later. That's the mentality of the short seller. If they're wrong, they try to make you panic out or break even. And you know what? They took a shot, it didn't work, and they break even. That's their mentality. And they try to turn the longs into thinking like them. Hey, let's get it back to even. They were down. Hey, I paid GTI, I paid 70 cents for it. When it goes back to 70, you're going to sit there and say, fuck you, I'm out. And I can't blame you because you're even. That's how people think. That's how I think. That's how traders think. Hey, I'm even. I'm even. Let me start over again. Let me reestablish my position. and find a better spot to get in. That's how professional traders think. Not every time you buy a stock does it go straight up. Hey, I bought a stock at 10. It's 10 and a quarter and it's going straight up. I bought the perfect spot. No one does that. You may do it 20% of the time. That's why I try to tell everyone, when you buy a stock, don't go all in. You average in, because you don't know where it's going to be. How do I know that? Because I did it 1,000 times, where I bought it and it went straight down first. And then I don't have any money to buy more from it, buy more to average down. William was smart enough to average down in that crazy stock. Instead of 200, where he bought his share, I guess, he bought some lower, and now he's at average of 130 something. Still not the greatest, but it's not at 200, right, William?
That's right. I might buy 100 shares tomorrow.
Well, I have $0 in my account, and I'm not ashamed to tell you that. Again, I told you I have financial commitments, medical conditions that I have to take care of, and I apologize.
Well, I would have to sell something to do that, but who knows? I haven't done it.
I'm just saying, but that's life. And again, people look at me, why aren't you buying more? I said, I don't have any money. How could you not have any money? Well, guess what? I have a family and we have medical problems. What do you want me to do? There's nothing I could say. That's life.
If they want to deal with people with money, go to Jeff Easton or Kurt Kramer.
Right. They're sitting there laughing. All right. Listen, they're criminals. I can't stop it. I want you to be educated. And the worst thing that can come out of this whole thing with everybody is, hey, you know what? I hope no one loses a penny. I hope you all make a fortune, but you understand what you're seeing here. That's the most important. Christian Shaughnessy has been, I hope I pronounced the last name right. She's been an angel. She came from nowhere.
I think it's Shaughnessy.
Shaughnessy. She came from nowhere. I spoke with her. She understands it. She's just been outstanding every day. I read her messages every day.
So do I. She's great.
I read her messages now.
She's great. And she knows how to tell a story.
That's what happens when you get a smart woman. All right.
Well, she's a journalist, so she knows how to present the story so you understand it. She does a terrific job. And
I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm just shooting from the hip. And you know what?
You're good at it. You tell a story to get people to buy on a trading desk. That's how you.
No, I'm just listen. I'm telling you, I read everything she does. It's outstanding. And guess what? If nothing ever came out of saying, I'm proud that I know I taught her, because I could see the way she writes is the way I would want it to be said, which is perfect. She does it every day. And Ace is doing it. He learned it. He came from nowhere, this guy.
I think
Richard Hoffman, he's an attorney. He understands it. He knows when to call a scumbag a scumbag.
I think Kristen's a better writer than you are.
That's bullshit. But again, you don't know how happy it makes you. Every day I read her stuff at night. I don't know where she came out of nowhere and she's just been a ball of fire. It's just great. Because to her, it gets me going again. And that's why we keep fighting. Anyway, listen, I had enough for the day. I can't stand it anymore. I'm going to go play pickleball and hit somebody in the head. I'll speak to you later, William. Everyone have a great day.
Thank you, Ham. Thank you, Ham. All right. Wow. That was pretty powerful. I notice on the Trump accusation, they use as evidence a quote the quote does not include Trump. It says, my friend had with Clinton, Prince Andrew, and Richard Branson. I backed up the footage. So I don't know. Whatever. All right, let's go through let's finish some of those prices since the stock market's about to close. Logic is about 7 cents. I think you've got to, assuming that it's a reverse merger, you have a limited number of shares. They don't need to raise money. They don't need to issue more shares. If a big company comes in or a small one, but they do the reverse merger and we get, and I did a calculation on a video. I think it's worth 50 cents a share. And if that's announced in the next couple of weeks or 3 or 4 weeks as a definitive agreement, the only risk is the valuation believable? But I assume if it has that kind of valuation and you have to have 2 years of audits and all those kind of things, it's going to be believable. So that's 50 cents. What happens when Brent announces the Logic deal? I think the stock goes up from 7 cents. 14 cents is a gap. That's a double of your money. If it's worth 50 cents, it could be worth more. Maybe it goes to 25, 35 cents in a quick trade. And you might like the story of which company comes in and grabs the shell, and it might be worth waiting. There's, I would say, a not zero chance that the shorts get trapped and it has a nice pop to, $1.25, $2, $2.50 in a spike. I'm not calling for a massive move. But anyway, that's Logic. And we talked about HNRA. I did Vocal. This PRTT, interesting. I don't own any, but it's 268. It's come up from like 80 cents, 90 cents, PRTT. HNRC is down a little bit today. It's at 0.038. It's just so ridiculous that these stocks get crushed. But there's cognitive dissonance here, or there's a huge arbitrage. But the value, the NAV that the company has published is around $2.30 a share. It's trading under 4 cents. They're going to pay 2 dividends. I think some of the negativity toward the stock is because the worldwide diversified holdings has taken so long to be distributed. But from the time they put it before the SEC, I don't think it's been 9 months. And these can take up to a year for approval. Look at CAUDs, Aubrey Specs. So anyway, I think that's one of the negatives. The other negative might be that he did a toxic financing. I see no evidence of that, but he announced that he did a $10 million financing. It's not what he said. An engagement for 10 million. It's possible something's going on there. And then it's oil and gas, and nobody likes oil and gas in the investment world. But the positives are he sold non-core assets for 15 cents. There's 3 or 4 different quotes that he made. I'll read you the one that's the most favorable. On November 1, he said, "We completed a sale of some of our current energy assets, realizing 15 cents per share. We will look at a dividend potentially of that interest later this year," and an announcement on that. To me, that reads that he's going to distribute the 15 cents in cash. On the other hand, he went on and said it differently. So maybe it'll be a smaller dividend, or maybe it'll be a stock dividend. But you have that dividend coming. He's publicly stated it, and he's put it in press releases. The second dividend coming is HNRA, and he expected it within it could be 30 days, could be 180 days of the completion of the de-SPAC, basically. And that happened, 45 days ago. So that's coming. Now, where I have a hard time is figuring out how much of HNRC owns, but he's going to distribute it all. It looks like it might be as low as 7%, but it might be higher. I did a video where I used Yahoo's numbers, so I came up with 30 cents, 35 cents. I don't think it's going to be anywhere near that out of the gate for the HNRA distribution, because the real number, according to OTC Markets, is 200 million shares outstanding. But it comes out to around 10 cents a share. Anyway, there's 2 dividends coming, both worth more than the 4 cents HNRC is trading for now. HNRC is, well, so far it's been profitable. It has revenue growth. And I think he's got a dynamic strategy of being in oil and gas, gold, copper, and new energy fields. It's intriguing, but I would say it's highly speculative, because I don't get it. Why is it at 4 cents when the NAV is over $2? But anyway, Finger closed. I think I already gave you Finger. Closed at 340. GTII closed at 29 cents. 28.50 by 30 cents. So that volume 739. I'll look at a graph. There's no sugarcoating it. That's not good price action. But to the extent that it gets cheaper and people buy more, that halts it. We'll find out. I'm not making a recommendation one way or the other. CAUD is 130 to 137. Last trade 134, so that was slightly down. I won't bore you with that. CAUD has a similar story to HNRA in that it was a D-SPAC that got destroyed. Wolf, let's look up Wolf. $204 to 206, down slightly. Actually, that's not true. It's up 13 cents. Aftermarket, it's down 2 cents. Let's look at CLNV. That'd be fun if that started going up. It was flat. It was flat. And then finally, I'll just look at Northwest Bio. The reason I'm intrigued by Northwest Bio is not as a trade. It's down from the end of the year, flat on the day. I have research to do on it, but a guy who follows HNRC also follows that stock. And a few months ago, he pointed out that whatever therapy they have, it's been approved, it's effective, and that sets up, to me, the potential that a large company just comes in and buys out the whole company. And if you have one buyer, maybe it's a cheap price, but if you have 2 buyers interested, they're not going to care what the stock price is. They're going to do their own analytics of the size of the market, the revenue projections, and they have to bid against the other company. And that could be a nice overnight success. But it could take weeks, months, a year, and then it's overnight. All right, let's see what Billy Ray says. All right, HNRC. No, he thinks there's a huge short in it, and I don't know the size though, but you've got an activist group of whales. Yeah, Jennifer, I didn't know. Is he working with Lind? Is he part of? Let me look it up. I think. They have a guy named Martin Rogers now. He's they're getting into biotechs so they can destroy people in biotechs. Everything I say is my opinion. They no longer have a senior team at all. So there's no, Jennifer, they don't have a senior team. They have an advisory board, but according to their website, there's no team. Oh, here it is. Sorry. They do have their team. It just must be my computer. They have Jeffrey Easton, founder, managing director, Philip Vallier, partner, managing director, Sam Chung, chief operating officer, and Hai Lee Kim. Now, Sam Chung has taken her picture down, or let me punch on her name. They've all taken their pictures down, unless it's my computer. But her picture was so popular, she copyrighted it. But I don't see that he's working with, let me see if there's news. I mean, it's funny. Jennifer, he used law firms. And he's put on his website, this is the key to the vocal turnaround. And I don't know. I mean, he's a smart guy. I don't know what the hell he's thinking. But Zing says, when have Lynn Partners actually helped shareholders and small cap CEOs? Kobe says shareholders are about to get more screwed. Copy and Paste says they'll likely pay pennies on the dollar what they've stolen, and shareholders won't see a penny of it. Jump says get out as soon as possible. Mark Dinker said if there was no market manipulation, why is the stock half a penny? Joe says, wow, how much did Lynn Partners pay at Jeremy Fromm to publish no evidence of unlawful trading, unquote? Lynn didn't do it. It was their cousin, idiot. How much did Jeremy get paid to kill the GTII merger? I wonder. Those are some of the responses. So let's read that report again. This is the key, Jeremy says. The problem is Jeremy could be truthful and honest and smart, and he believes this. I mean, Jennifer, you know, I'm out of that kind of circulation, but you may know, you know, a lovely woman that you think the world of. She's smart, she's got class, she dresses well, she works hard, and she's kind to people. But for some reason, she's in a relationship with a jerk, and she keeps going back to him over and over again, because in her psychology, her theme, she's got it wrong. And this might be what's here. On January 5th, Created Inc. and Lynn Partners enter settlement talks. Created, which is VOCL, a leader in digital technology and creator platforms. Well, I don't know about that. today announced anymore, maybe it was, today announced that it and Lynn Partners, a key financial lender to the company. I mean, have entered into settlement talks. This move represents a significant step in the ongoing efforts of Created to strategically restructure its balance sheet and strengthen its financial position. Well, what that sentence doesn't say, Created can restructure its balance sheet, it can strengthen its financial position, but what it doesn't say, Jennifer, is cram down. Cram down. Current shareholders who have already been screwed get crammed down as new money comes in to restructure the balance sheet. Cram down. As part of its comprehensive restructuring plan, Created has been working diligently, but stupidly, diligently. Everything I say, my comments are opinion and my judgment, they're not factual. Created has been working diligently to address its financial obligations and streamline operations. The commencement of settlement discussions with Lynn Partners marks one of the final hurdles of the company has faced in this endeavor. Quote, "We are pleased to announce the initiation of settlement talks with Lynn Partners," stated Jeremy Frommer, key employee of key janitor over at the Lynn Partners Group. I mean, he says he's the CEO. He's just scrambling. They got him by the short hairs. This is a critical step forward in our journey to revitalize Created's financial structure. Okay, he's going to revitalize. Who's going to be there? Himself, his team, and people that put in new money. The rest of us, after extensive due diligence, extensive. Look, the problem with extensive due diligence, whatever the hell that means, is it all comes down to the brain power or the emotional intelligence, the psyche of the person making the decision regarding that due diligence. We have concluded that there is no evidence of extraordinary or unlawful trading activity. Really? How'd you do that due diligence, Jeremy? How'd you do it? Did you go over to Germany? Did you go to the UK? Did you go to Canada? Did you go to the 4 purchasers of your note? Well, actually, that might have been Finger. But apparently Jeff Easton told somebody that he syndicated, it was either your deal or the Finger deal, to 4 buyers. Hey, it's not me. I'm not shorting the stock. Jeremy, how can Created be a leader in digital technology and creator platforms? How can it raise $500 million apparently in a few days? How can it have this 60 or 70 million invested in its platform, and your financial partner, your key financial lender, has no ability to support the price? They placed the stock with criminals and you're not upset? You go back to them? That is an image. That is a summary of a battered woman going back to her husband. Or frankly, it happens with men get battered too, believe it or not. No one talks about it. We are hopeful. This process has been transparent. And we found Lynn Partners to be both understanding of our current condition and appreciative of the potential upside our company represents. But that doesn't say that you, as an investor right now, with a de minimis piece of the pie, isn't going to be reduced to nothingness while the Lynn Partners sees. Look, I can show you where Philip Vallier says we're pleased to be investing in Created or Finger at this time. And then the stock plummets. We are grateful to the team at Lynn Partners for their diligent efforts at destroying our market cap and wiping out our shareholders. And time invested in seeking a resolution to this matter. What's to resolve, Jeremy? They're going to give you back some warrants? They're going to release some shares to you? What about the endless selling by their clients under the cover of the toxic convertible note? The selling that everyone says doesn't happen. But it's right in front of your effing nose. Who are you going to believe? Me or your lying eyes? She caught me on the kitchen floor, banging the girl next door. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. I was doing her on the counter. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. What were you going to believe? Jeremy, you're either as intelligent as I think you are, and as courageous as I think you are, and as honest as I think you are, or you're a bloody idiot. We are hopeful that these discussions will lead to a favorable outcome, which benefits all stakeholders and provides the company with the flexibility and resources necessary to continue to pay my salary and my retirement plan. Oh, no. To continue its growth trajectory and enhance shareholder value. Who's the shareholder? New shareholders? What are you talking about? Created remains committed to transparent and timely communication with its shareholders and the public regarding financial restructuring and strategic initiatives. Well, that can be true. Doesn't mean he's not an idiot. Created is a pioneering technology company specializing in developing platforms and solutions which empower creators and innovators. With a portfolio of proprietary technologies and brands, Created is dedicated to fostering a more vibrant, engaged, connected world. I'm telling you guys, you got to get out of it. The only safety here, Jennifer, would be that if Jeff Easton decides he's going to make an example of this and get his so-called investors to prop up this stock and do a deal that's against their interests so they don't go to jail, so they can point to it and they have a win. There's not a single company that Jeff Easton, Philip Vallier, Hai Lee Kim, and Sam Chung and John Hancock and whoever the new guy is, it's not a single deal they've done that it's been profitable to investors long, or has helped CEOs, or has helped shareholders. I haven't found it anyway. Unfortunately, Jennifer, let me show you something. I don't want to pick on anybody, but I'll do it here. Now, I'm not picking on anybody. I asked him the question. I'm satisfied with his answer. But on May 22nd, HPIL announces that as of May 20th, 2022, the company has reached an amicable settlement. These are such good guys. With Power Up Lending Group, Asher Enterprises, Geneva Roth Remark Holdings, LLC, Hope Capital, KBM Worldwide, Red Start Holdings, Sixth Street Lending, LLC, Viz Verez Group, Kurt Kramer, and Seth Kramer. Why did they have to run everything through all these LLCs if it was so upstanding? Pursuant to the settlement, the complaint in the district court, Eastern District, will be voluntarily dismissed. The settlement was both a cash settlement to the company, along with cancellation of any outstanding warrants which were held by the defendants, Kurt and Seth Kramer, and all their cousins, wives, uncles, buddies. Quote, we feel the settlement is in the best interest of HPIL Holding and its shareholders and will allow the company to focus on other possible settlements and its core business of moving the company forward, unquote, stated Stephen Brown, CEO of HPIL. This is a worldwide diversified company developing projects with cutting edge technology, who strongly believes in its slogan, where the human element meets the futuristic mind. Okay, so now I just want to show you something, Jennifer. It's very funny. So Jennifer, I just want to show you 5 years. Anyway, there's HPIL stock. 0.000. How did it work for shareholder value? Yahoo, 0.00000. That's where Vocal's headed, in my judgment. The bid is not applicable. The ask is not applicable. But they settled. It was good for shareholders. All right, let me show you a different one. I'm finding the, VNUE commenced a lawsuit, much like they hired attorneys against Power Up Lending and Kurt Kramer. They alleged toxic lending, unlawful note transactions, illegal convertible notes over several years, failed to register as dealers, and on and on. Okay. This is not a, but, oh God, I'm trying to find a news story. There it is. No. Anyway, they also settled. VNUE also settled. And I'm having a hard time finding the story, but it had similar results. 0, double zeros. So I would write off Focal. I would write off Focal. And it's even worth considering. I'm not going to give you advice because it is up to you. Well, the crowdfunding may work in terms of it's a piece of revenue, but the problem is that better be rock solid. Because if you don't have an attorney representing your interests, if Jeff Easton comes in on behalf of his clients, they're going to come in with a new financing and it's going to claim everything. And, I don't know how it works. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know how it works with something as vague as a collection of penthouse nudes. And a platform which people apparently like. If your note, which Jennifer, you only own a piece of it, if it's not recorded at the local courthouse as a claim on the assets of Vocal, Jeff Easton can jump in front of it. And I bet he will. Well, you can't really chart, but I think charting can help you. Like if something's falling and you want to buy more, do I buy it at 39 cents or 29 cents? I don't know. I haven't looked at the chart, but that's something, that was something, I'm not a doobie guy, but a friend of mine, we used to joke that way. Where's Jenny L? I know you can question my sanity. All I can tell you, Spiny, is I think there's different carrots to the diamond of intelligence, and people can be really smart, but their emotional intelligence, I don't know, the experiences they had in their childhood, some sort of complexity that you cannot explain. They like a moth attracted to a fire. They continue to make the same mistake over and over again. And maybe Jeremy just doesn't believe he deserves to be a winner. I don't know. I can't figure it out. I think he's a pretty intelligent guy. He stood up in front of New York and gave a speech to Wall Street about what's going on. But the weakness Jeremy has, Spiny, is that he believes it's all a question of computers. That the Wall Street and I guess the light pipes, the high-speed frequency trading, that Wall Street has such advanced computers and the regulators are left back in the, the pre, in the pager, back with coin-operated phones. So I'm not sure that's true. And I'm not sure that the SEC, if they ever actually charged, like Goldman Sachs did years fraudulent trading and they got fined $3 million. Go ahead and charge them. You could buy the best computers in the world and you could leapfrog all the computers that were expensive because the newer ones do everything the old ones did, only dancing backwards and in high heels. So that's his weakness. He blames it on the computers. He also doesn't think a guy as good as Jeff Easton would ever be involved in these shenanigans. And so he has those two weaknesses. He can't believe the guy across from him is lying to him. And if Jeff Easton isn't lying, what the hell is he doing? Every company he raises money for. This is a guy that day traded Yahoo stock. That qualifies him to be a big financial advisor? Raised tens, 20s, hundreds of millions of dollars? No, he's a front for criminals. He's got his rap down. And once Jeremy signs that document, Jeremy's trapped. Jeremy can't accept that he got fooled. Jeremy can't accept that the girl really didn't love him. Lee, I think there were discussions about GTII doing an AI deal with one of its investors, but that was months ago. One has to wonder how much pain the CEO has to feel before he turns to getting that kind of a deal done. I don't know. ARCA predicted GTI when it went from 42 to 45. And then his stockholders they sell. That's possible. And then your argument is his listeners are the only buyers and sellers. That's possible. I happen to agree with ARCA once it went in that. Actually, I got worried at around 49, 47 cents. But once it got, I'm not going to print it out right now, but right around that 40 some cents range, there's a huge shelf of trading that goes back over 2 years. And so once it breaks that, it gets tricky. Now, does that mean sell? Yeah, maybe. If you're a trader, you get out and you buy it back at 32 cents. On the other hand, it might be a chance to buy. I'm not making a recommendation. I personally think the company needs to do something dramatic. And I think the CEO has to, just like Jeremy Frommer, has to stop believing in what was, look at what is today, and make decisive decisions. BE. Hey, Jenny L., I hope you're doing well. And I hope you had a chance to listen to him. He's your big brother in a lot of ways. Who's Cliff? Cliff, I like the cut of your jib. HNRC will pop above $1 this year. Mark my words. I cannot get that thought out of my mind myself. Oh, here. I happen to have a chart here. Ooh, whoever put that up, DBMM, was that you, DBBMM? Oh, I'm so Mickey Mouse at this. I'm so Mickey Mouse at this. You got to listen to Arca. You got to listen to, oh God. Let me see what else we have here. This is an old chart, so it doesn't have current numbers, but that's GTII. And in the low 50s, the high 40s, that's something. And then I just did the midpoint, and that's where we're trading right now. I just found this chart. This is from 6/22/22. So it doesn't have a lot of the extended trading. This is an old chart. But I saw this either last night. Yeah, I think it was last night, actually, when I was doing the other video. And I went, oh my gosh, there it is. But I want to show you the HNRC chart, if I can find it, Cliff. I hope I have it here. Because I agree with you. I agree with you. Here, is this it? Okay, that's one of them. That's one of them. You know, that was the HNC chart that got me to do the video a couple of weeks ago. I know that's blurry. I'm going to get a new computer eventually. But now there's some people out there taking, I'm not taking credit, but you guys might have bought on that video and it might have helped the cause. All right, so Cliff, I can't find my long-term chart. Oh, here is this it? No, that's logic. I can't find my long-term chart for HNRC, but let me just say I agree with you. It will. I think it'll go above $1 this year. I agree with you, and it could happen all in a whoosh. That's the MOAS. Cliff, thank you, Cliff. Thanks for joining. I agree with you on the WHDI. I looked it up by, I think it was actually on a Gibson Dunn lawsuit, a law site, Gibson Dunn website. They described spinoffs, and to get a spinoff accomplished, approved, it takes 9 to 12 months minimum, maybe longer, according to their information. So I think the first quarter. And Cliff, what I think that'll do is, and maybe you could type what you think it'll trade for, but listening to Frank Kristen, WHDI was priced at $3.50 a share as an estimate based on purchase costs, accounting based on asset values based on the purchase costs. Well, some of their assets have grown, like they have this technology. I think it's either Jack in the Box or Three Burgers, or anyway, it's a burger company where you drive in and the technology is all AI, and they're in the forefront of that. They have that. They have some other aspects of technologies that make up the $3.50 a share. But Frank Kristen's talking about adding more acquisitions into WHDI. And HNRC owns 17% of WHDI. He owns a bit of it. So I'd love to hear what you think it'll trade for. Obviously, a lot of people are going to want to sell because they're just impatient. I want to get my money. But I saw some projections that it could trade up to $6 a share. I don't know. I don't know. Well, that's good, RW, and maybe, just maybe, in 31 days from when you sold it, you can buy it back. Maybe you buy it back at 25 cents. And you keep the little bit of profit and you have a tax loss. You don't have to just be 100% out of the stock. You can buy it back. I listened to Frank Kristen's two of his presentations, and both times he mentioned that he thought that WHDI would trade in the fourth quarter, but he in the longest of his presentations, he said he's not really allowed to talk about it. It was a quiet period, and it's with the SEC for approval. Well, obviously it didn't get done last year. So I'm going to expect it happens pretty soon. His corporate update mentions that they're expecting that approval to trade fairly soon. I see what you're saying, DBM, MMMM. Yeah, this goes to the theme that Ham always has. If you're day trading the stock or any stock that's a squeeze stock, it may not work. Here's the risk of selling GTII. Right now it's down. Everyone goes, oh, gulp, it's going to go lower. Well, how much lower can it go? To go with the gentleman, I forget his name, who I said I kind of disagreed with, but he's got a point. Where did it close? $0.29. So how much lower can it go? But DBM, one of the problems with day trading is if a Trento mine came in, or if they retired a lot of shares, or if Alpine folded, or if the FBI investigation came in and there's buying in, or if FINRA is actually able to get Alpine kicked off, you could all of a sudden have a huge buy. And if you're out of the stock, you're out of the stock. So that's part of the risk. And that's why when I was recommending in all these stocks, you could get out of one and move to another just to have some exposure to a squeeze and then come back to the original. And who is this guy? I forgot. Here, RW. I think it's great. He sold it at 54 cents. He gets a tax loss on his 2023 return. So he can offset 100% of long-term gains if this is a long-term loss. He can offset his short-term after long-term, and then he can carry forward both for the future, or he can write $3,000 off every year against his income. So he's got a monetary value for taking that tax loss. Now, as it happens, even though maybe his heart was pounding when he sold it, it was tough to sell at 54 cents. Oh my God, I might miss out. But now in another week or so, I don't know when he sold that, but he might be able to buy it back at 30 cents or 34 cents. So not only did he establish a tax loss, he can reestablish the same position for less money or double up his position. So that's that's taking action, even though it feels hard to do. It's, oh, I don't want to be out of it. But one of the suggestions I was making last year, and you know, you got to call it where it's wrong. I said get into logic at around 18 cents, 16 cents, 20 cents, that whole range before the CAUD came out, because I thought there was a huge opportunity in CAUD. I think that was a sting operation. And it's very similar to Jeremy Frommer. These highly intelligent, educated people believe these highly intelligent, educated people across the table aren't lying to them. So anyway, logic and CAUD, that story's not over with. But for me, a lot of people sold the logic right away. On CAUD, people like Skinny Whale were able to get out of CAUD. My account didn't allow me to trade my little bit until too late. But anyway, I maybe stupidly in retrospect, but I thought I was being careful. I didn't sell my logic after the dividend distribution because I remembered what had happened in another stock, HNRC, where I think it was FINRA came back and said, you know, this is more than 25% of the company or more than X percentage of the company you're distributing. Therefore, we have to reestablish the record date. I didn't want that to happen. It didn't happen, but that's why I didn't sell. So I still have my logic and I still have my CAUD, but I think logic, I bought more, I averaged down, and so I own, I probably, I don't know how much. I don't want to misspeak, but I tried to add significantly to my logic position while it was low. I would have to go back and see what percentage that was overall. But now my average cost in logic is 15 cents. Well, that's where this gap is. 16 cents would cover that gap. So that's what I did, RW, with a loss in a different stock, unrelated. I took the loss, put it in logic, and then hoping to have logic up and I can go back. I can add to GTII, I can add to Finger, or I can buy a completely different stock. But logic hasn't gone up yet, so. All right, let's see. I want to see when Jenny came on. Jenny Rebecca, 4 days old. Yes, they'll change the symbol to CNRC, Brenda. That's what it looks like. But that's just a regulatory process right now. A big part of HNRC's NAV is Cunningham Energy, and those reserves are there. It's dependent on doing drilling programs. They have to drill, I think, 64 wells, horizontals, to develop that full amount. I assume that his NAV takes into account a projection of the cost of drilling those wells and also what he has to give up in order to attract money. But oh wow, Doobie wow. I did a deep dive into Frank Kristen last year. He has a history of broken promises. Stay very far away. Well, I've read it out, Doobie. I haven't myself ever spoken to him, and I don't see that he's had any broken promises in what he's done so far. He's definitely a financial engineer. And one of my beliefs is that some of this value that he's created comes from the fact that in the energy markets, there was blood on the streets. You could buy assets, not at a PV10, you could buy them at PV20, PV30, producing assets. You could get everything else for free. I tried to do it. I couldn't get some of my investors to do it. Oh no, oil prices are going to stay down. Well, he acted, and I think that's where he's created some value. I've also noticed that people blame him for regulatory delays. But you might be right. I read it out. So everyone listening to me, Dubiwa 420 cautions you that Dubiwa did a deep dive into Frank Kristen last year. He doesn't explain what he found. And in Dubiwa's opinion, Frank has a history of broken promises. Stay far away. So that's what makes a market. And you gotta. I think that's right, Code Red. Although maybe he would have screwed it up. Why is my position HNRC, Houston Natural Resources, trades with due bills? Trades with due bills. Trades with due bills. Mark, what it says here, I just Googled it, and this is Robinhood. A due bill determines a stock seller's obligation, the seller's obligation, to deliver a pending dividend or another form of payment to the buyer of that stock. So here's Investopedia. A due bill is a financial instrument used to document and identify a stock seller's obligation to deliver a pending dividend to the stock's buyer. A due bill is also used when the stock buyer is obligated to deliver a pending dividend to the stock seller. Due bills can be used in similar fashion when a company issues rights, warrants, or stock splits. A due bill ensures that pending dividend payments that are entitled to a certain party are paid even after the party disposes of its shares in the intervening period. These promissory notes ensure that shareholders are paid on the ex-dividend date, even if they sell their shares before the record date occurs. The due bill is the time between the ex-dividend date and the date of record. Due bills function as promissory notes and ensure that the correct owner receives the stock's dividend when the stock is traded near the ex-dividend date. Did you buy it at the ex? Did you buy it back in May? That was my memory of the ex-dividend date. Would provide a due bill to the seller stating that the dividend payment belongs to the seller. The timing, a buyer who purchased a stock ex dividend, but before the dividend is actually paid, would provide a due bill to the seller, and that's what you have, a due bill, stating that the dividend payment belongs to the seller. So if you bought it after the X date and before the dividend was paid, which is by definition true, then you're not getting the dividend. You bought it after, and I assume this is talking about WDHI. That's my answer. I'll see how you respond to me down below. Yes, Brenda, I think I just answered that. There's no news on it, but I think I think the company might be in a period of indecision, and I think it needs to act, basically. They don't need money. They don't need to do a bad deal. They can ride this out, but they do probably need to do something in terms of engaging the whales, getting a real acquisition placed, and then having a test of whether or not there is this huge position of naked shorts, counterfeits, that have to be covered. But right now, I think there's a lot of short selling, and there's very little buying. Yeah, I think Cam either has talked with him or is about to. Jenny Rebecca, 4 days old. My opinion, we're not anywhere near an MMTLP resolution, but that can change very quickly. As soon as one legitimate journalist that has a following that gets it out there, and I don't think there are very many legitimate journalists anymore, everyone's going to scramble to cover it. But no, Talat, I think we're months away. Months away. All right, I'm going to go see if there were any answers. Buy more, Jimmy K. Selling GTII is pretty stupid. I don't know about that. That's a pretty broad statement. I think RW is selling at 54 cents last year. And if he's able to come back and reestablish his position, it's not stupid at all. He was able to, I don't know how many shares he has, but ostensibly he might have taken thousands, 10,000s of dollars of losses. And those losses are really valuable, particularly if you have gains. Let's say in MMTLP, you have a gain, you can offset it. Or if you have a big gain in Finger, you can offset it. It has real value. So RW took an action. Yes, there was some risks that for the 31 days that he's out, the stock goes to the upside. But maybe he put his money in another play, or maybe just said, you know what, I'm going to take that risk. And now he can buy back in. My gut instinct right now, DBM, is probably the whales are going to, at some point it gets so cheap, the whales are going to come back in, is my guess. There's none of the triggers that were extant are gone. The real issue comes down to, do you believe there's a huge naked short position, or is this just computer trading that all we're seeing is from FINRA numbers and from Tom Ronk in Finger, we're just seeing the sales, we're not seeing the covering. I know that in the case of GTII and FNGR, Ham's been following it every single day. So you're relying on his representation of what he has seen. If Alpine collapses, if it's kicked out, if the FBI, anyway, you know all the stories. If all of a sudden the huge naked short position, which was described at the NSCC in black and white, has to be covered, you're right. Selling GTII here would look pretty stupid. But I think a better way of phrasing that might be, if you sell GTII here, have a strategy. If there's another position that you'd like to own, have a strategy. You know, have a reason, not just to. Well, here, Jimmy K, that's part of the. That's what the criminals want. They get it low, they hope you sell, and then if it rallies back, they just want you to get out so they don't have a huge loss. We'll see if you feel that way. If it goes to 8, you might get caught up in it again and think it's going to 80. So we'll see. We'll see. GTII is looking more hopeless every day. Well, by definition, Jimmy, that's what happens to everybody. When the stock is running, it's nearly impossible to sell. When I was at 8 or 9 to 897, who sold? Oh my gosh, it's gonna go. Oh, I feel so great. Like Warren Buffett said, if you took a screenshot, you might as well sell. That's usually the time to sell. Ham said, when you feel like that, that's when you should sell. Write it on your palm. The other thing that happens, GTI, Jimmy, is when a stock like GTI goes back and it's down and it's down and it's down. Everyone, oh God, I better get out. I just ask you, I'm not talking about GTI, I'm talking about any stock. Why would you wait? And I'm not blaming you. I can look at myself too. Why would one wait till it goes all the way down to sell? Why wouldn't one sell when it's 9, 7, 6? Sell something. Or like Robert did, RW did, I don't know if it's Robert, RW did, sell some at 54. Now it's down. It looks hopeless, but hey, maybe he's going to be able to replace it and he has a good feeling. You know? Feelings, Jimmy, that's the problem. Looking hopeless. Feelings aren't the best way to make investments, although you got to trust your gut. It's an odd mix of skills. But yeah, I mean, on its face, it looks hopeless. But you're just judging it on the price. If you still believe some of the reasons why you're in, it's not going to matter whether it moves from here or from higher. But yeah, but why are you cautious here? Why are you looking at it as hopeless here? Why didn't you do that at $3 or $2 or $1? I'm not blaming you. I'm not blaming you. It's the kind of questions I ask myself all the time. And when I see an old chart like this, I think RW did a good job. That line is right around 54 cents. You know? But this might be support. And support might be higher than that too. I don't know. If GTII goes under 10 cents, would we still have a chance to squeeze? Well, if it were to go under 10 cents, That would be almost a round trip. I think it would have to go to around 2 cents to be a round trip from when the story first came across the radar screen. My sense is if it got down under 10 cents, Kurt Kramer, Alpine, they're not going to cover the shares. If there's a large, that's Mario, that's the core of the issue. You've got people that used to work on Amex. You've got people who don't believe Ham. You've got the shorts out there fudstering, and they're saying that there isn't a short position. It's impossible. You can't just add up Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday's FINRA numbers and get a total. That's their point of view. They can't prove they're right, but that's their point of view. And they say that with such certainty, but they can't prove it any more than Ham can prove the fact that Ham's been looking every single day and he doesn't see the buying. If the buying were there, the stock wouldn't down, 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 down. I've got to get a better chart than this because this is missing a lot of data, which could give. I'll do that. I'll try to do it later. So Mario, there's a lot of stock out in GTII now. There's 360 million outstanding shares. And when I first got involved, I think you could have, I don't remember, but I think you could have taken 300 million off of that. The question is how much is in the float? And some of those shares, even though they're unrestricted, may not be able to be traded for other reasons, like insider reasons. Mario, I guess I would answer that. The price action at whatever this is, 29 cents versus $2.90 doesn't tell us anything about how many shares are counterfeited. Neither price tells us that. The criminals only have one thing to do when the head of NASDAQ, the head of OTC, the head of NYSE, the head of FINRA, the head of SEC, when the broker dealers all look the other way, all the short has to do is just keep selling, keep selling, keep selling. And then when Alpine gets in trouble, they just file lawsuits. They just buy time. They keep selling and keep selling stock, which, according to experienced financial investigators who worked at the Amex, to them, it's absolutely clear that FINRA's only reporting half the numbers. So you can't take the FINRA numbers. They're basically worthless. Well, I wonder, one, why FINRA reports them. And two, how can you say that? Well, that's the one side, Mario. That's the one side. The other thing is, Mario, you can say that the reason the stock went up was because of Lou Bravo. Maybe. I would argue that might be true. It might be also true that he was part of the reason it came down. I don't want to go back through all that. So we don't know. The price of 10 cents or $1 or $10 does not tell us what is hidden behind the scene. What it would tell you right now is by selling shares, which I would argue don't exist because the whales aren't selling and the insiders can't sell. The criminals and the short sellers are winning in the short run. That's all it tells you. But as soon as you give up on it, it could have a snapback rally. I'll try, Mario. I don't have a chart that has enough length on it to tell you any supports or where I would buy back. This is a year old, this chart. It's a year and a half old. So I don't have a chart in front of me. But I don't know if it'll go under 10. I would doubt it, but it certainly could. It certainly could. The criminals have been through this before. They know they're not going to be arrested. They know they're not going to be caught. They know that the regulators have been promoted beyond their skill level just because they're either this or that. And they know that in general, the regulatory agencies are captured. And they know that the people that work at the SEC either want a plum job at Gibson Dunn or at Citadel. So they just keep going. And until morals come back to this country, which don't exist in the financial markets. Yeah. So I didn't answer your question. Could we still have a chance to squeeze? Yes, I say yes. You can vent. I vent all the time. Jimmy K, I haven't seen anything that you said that upsets me because so far what you've said seems to me, I reserve the right to change my mind, but so far it seems like you are venting, and it seems plausibly what's the word? Straight from you. But we'll see what else you said. Yeah. Oh, did I make you mad, DBMM? Let me see. If they were first. See, I don't know which stock. If it's logic reverse splitting into an acquisition, I think that's fine because it's irrelevant. The shorts will be caught by the acquisition. And then it's a whole different ball of wax. But if you're talking about a reverse split from Vocal, that's probably what happens. Smiling Jeff Easton says, here, sign here. We'll get you uplisted to NASDAQ, reverse 100, 1,000 to 1 or whatever. And we'll support you. We see the growth. We'll cram everybody down. And your current shareholders will be squeezed, but we'll give them a first right to participate in the new deal. And then that just starts selling it off again. I don't remember DBMM. I'm not upset with you because likewise, I don't mind if you're blowing off steam or if you're expressing a point of view. You don't have to agree with me. And the only way I'm going to learn, the only time I really get frustrated is when a statement is just indefensibly stupid. Or if it's bullying. I don't get the sense that you've bullied me. This is AMC 2.0. I don't know about that, Jimmy K. So far, GTII hasn't made a deal with the criminals or with the shorts. But if you're doing it just by stock price, you might be right. It's a joke. I don't think anyone's laughing. Corruption always wins. I don't know about that either. And I think there's enough honest people in the world that eventually honesty wins. I do think that winnings gained by the hurt and the pain of others are a chimera. And well, thank you. Thank you for that really intelligent statement, Jimmy K. I did the same thing, Spiny. I bought, God. And, Spiny, I was so positive, having met Jeremy, that when he became CEO of GTII, and then when the whales, who I've met several of the whales, I thought, wow, this is a perfect setup. A great platform, earnings, revenues, whales behind it, a smart guy. It's not odd of God. Not odd of God. Goyim, annoyim. Yeah, they do. But Jennifer, look it up. And if you could cajole Richard Hoffman or Big JR or Rosa to give you advice, because I'm not a lawyer, I would check to see if that deal was written in a way that it's secured against revenue. If the company has to go in bankruptcy, that can become an unsecured claim if it has not been recorded at the local courthouse as a lien or as a claim against the assets of the company. I don't know if I'm talking out of my moot brain or if I'm making any sense at all, but you got to check. All right, let me go down to the bottom. It's 5:21. I'm going to stop at 5:30 before the snow comes in, but before my dog gets mad at me. Take a look at GCT. All right, I'll write it down. And I'll type it in right now. GigaCloud. Well, I don't know if it's booming, but it is breaking out. So maybe booming is a good. It does. I have a crappy chart here, but it seems to be making new highs. It is making new highs. So yeah, I'd go with booming. GCT 2225. I'd go with booming. I think you maybe you put it the right way, Bear. There, that's great, RW. So you are buying back in. The loss was 6 figures. Mine, the one that's really enormous is CRTD for me. 6 figures, but mine is big six. For me, it's big 6 figures. That's brilliant. You did a good job, RW. And that, I know it's small beer, but at least it's something. At least it's not being a victim. At least it's fighting back on the crooked rigged system a little bit. Any news on GDC? Not that I know of. I think there's a couple of things in the works there, maybe 3. There's one I'm not going to speculate on at all. Oh, I threw away my piece of paper. But I think the big thing is there's this group of investors, Ham just said it on the call, they're going to demand delivery, physical delivery of 500,000 shares, which means it has to go through the broker dealer, transfer agent, DTC, but it means stock comes out of the system, stock comes out of the float. I don't know how long that takes in terms of broker dealers calling up the prime broker and saying, hey, where's delivery? We have to deliver these shares. That could take on a avalanche effect, or it could take a few days, week or 2. I don't know. I don't think it'll take very long before you'll start seeing some buying by the back offices to cover that demand. But there's no specific news. Yeah, that's true. You need to own a lot. That's true. That's what I think, Abundant Universe. I'm trying to make clear in a devil's advocate way the other side of the determination. But my view, I can't prove it, is that the warrant issued as a special dividend was catching out Fidelity, who was paying 1,000%. Well, today, the special dividend restricted shares issued as a special dividend, I think is catching out the back office of Fidelity. The first time Fidelity could argue, hey, we didn't know. This time they can't argue that. So I agree with you, Abundant. Well, I hope it's not in vain. And I have those thoughts all the time. I mean, show me a sign. I don't have that kind of relationship. But at some point, RW, we've got to quit banging our heads against the wall. And that's why I'm trying to shift a little bit into a portfolio approach. These are all shit stocks, frankly. If you went into Morgan Stanley, they're going to give you they're going to tell you buy these 7 stocks, or put it in our newest our newest mutual fund, or let's go with this money manager. But the markets have changed. The 40 years of Goldilocks time are over. And I vaguely remember, because I was fascinated by the market from being young, really young. Pan Am was the stock I followed because we traveled on Pan Am, I guess. But I remember a time when the over-the-counter markets popped like popcorn. I also remember when investment banks and brokerage firms were focused on the over-the-counter markets. That can come back. That can come back. The other thing is this selling of shares which don't exist is criminal. And it's got to stop at some point. But we don't know. There you go. I like that, RW. I like that, RW. And I like that. I'm pretty impressed, RW, because I know how difficult it is to hit the sell button. It's like, and then you're nervous. What if it goes to $1.50? Oh, I'm so, you know, all of that, but you did it. And I'm impressed. I'm impressed. Well, I agree with that also. I didn't know you said it, RW, but I agree with that also. Isn't love is love and not fade away? Love is love and not fade away. Ah, I like this, Dave M. I like this. Dave M, I like that very, very much. They are tanking it to get everyone to sell to avoid the dividend situation. That, my friend, is the best analysis of what might be going on, because none of us know for sure. Brilliant, brilliant, Dave M. Brilliant. What kind of fuckery is this? I missed my Slick Rick gig. You made me miss my Slick Rick gig. Yeah, I'd like to have a little more positivity, B. I'd like to be positive. B. E. Positive. I'd like to be more positive. I would like to be more positive. What? That's how it goes. What kind of effery is this? You made me miss the Slick Rig gig. Oh, Slick Rick. And thought that I didn't love you when I did. When I did. Can't believe you played me out like that. No, you ain't worth guest list +1 of all of them girls you kiss. All of them girls. You can't keep lying to yourself like this. To yourself. Can't believe you played yourself like this. Ruler's one thing, but come Brixton, nobody stands in between me and my man, 'cause it's me and Mr. Jones. What kind of effery are we? Nowadays, you don't mean Dak to me. I might let you make it up to me who's playing Saturday. I've been to Brixton a couple of times. I saw Adele in Brixton. We are losing our let me see. I asked you questions last week about HNRC. I know one time I signed off without reading any questions, so that might have been. I thought I answered a question, but if there's another, let me see. Yeah, no, you don't have to say you're sorry. I know you're probably on edge that sometime I lose my cool. That's my fault, not yours. Well, one of the problems, John Ross, with low price stocks, it's a bear. Let's take the example of Wolf. Let's just take an example of Wolf. It was over $3. Some people sold it there, and now it's around $2. Well, that's a 33%, basically, 33% loss. But to get back to that level, it has to be a 50% gain. It's really tough on low price stocks. On the other hand, they move very quickly. I really think the SEC, NASDAQ should just shut down all the markets, or they should follow their own rules, which is full distribution of news. And they should just tell, full disclosure, they should just tell anyone that trades over the counter, NASDAQ, NYSE, anyone that trades from the retail standpoint, anyone who invests from a retail or investment side, anyone who is not one of their chosen hedge funds, they should be required to put out there smoking kills. If you trade in the markets, I, Gary Gensler, as the chairman of the SEC, am going to allow the defrauding of retail investors, and I really don't care. As long as I get my job at Treasury, or as long as I get my job at Goldman after I retire, I'm a happy man. I don't care. So just disclose it. I'm not going to answer everyone, but I do know some rap songs. I don't know the cool ones, but I do know some rap songs. And I find some rap songs very good, and they're very, not all of them, but a lot of them are very good. The music's good, the message is good. Some is not. Well, it is like, I would agree with that. I think it's lucky. I'm too tired to think of a rap song that I like. I like Uptown Top, Rain King. It's not really a rap song. Aletha and her sister. Uptown Top, Rain King. My brain's not working. Thank you, Gretchen. Thank you, Gretchen. Ham doesn't say that to me. Somebody just told me that yesterday. I've got to mix it up. I'd like to get Pedro on. I'd like to get Anna on. Maybe Kristen Shaughnessy on. Maybe Junk Savvy would come on with her voice for video. And I do want to get Pecos Bill on. You know, I want to do. This should be about making money, not getting trapped in one. We should have enough going on that as we make money, we can add to our position of something we think is going to squeeze, right? Guys that made money that I've always watched make money here in this town, the guy that bought up the parking lots, I used to know his name. Dominic. Met him several times. He'd go to Duke Zebert's. He'd buy up parking lots, empty lots, and collect the money. Well, you sell time to cars to pay the bills while you wait. It could take you 7 years for someone to come in and build an office building. That's how you got to think in the market too. If you like a story, you can't have it all dependent on that, just that one story, unless that's your only choice. And sometimes you get in that situation. You have to focus. The diversification, Kennard, is for money managers. They don't want to lose your money. They want to collect the 2%, 20%. But it's also when you're already well off. It's about maintaining. But when you're a wannabe, when you're down trying to make a breakout, sometimes you have to put it all on red 32. But you should know why you're putting it there. You should know what the story is. It shouldn't just be a flip of the coin. And all right, Ham's calling. Let's see if he has something to tell you. Hello? Hello? Hang on, relax, everyone. Hang on. Hello? Yeah, I can. I'm about to sign off, but if you want to talk to people, I can put you. All right, hang on. I just got to put the speaker on. The speaker disengages, so I just have to always put it on. Hang on.
Battery 100%.
Okay.
Connected to Bill's iPhone.
All right, relax, everyone. Okay, you're on.
I'm going out to get my chicken pot pie, William, but I figured I'd give you a call. Those who just texted me and said that the naked short selling in GTI today was 76%.
Ooh. Somebody came up with an excellent idea of what's going on. And he said what he's
Let me finish before you give me your excellent idea.
All right.
There's a story that Yellen said that there are 100,000 companies have signed up to let everyone know who owns their shell corporations. So my theory is that the attacks are coming because these guys are going to have to show their cards who they are soon. All these shell corporations need to have a name to them. I don't think the Kramers and Alpine and Lynn or whoever, Yorkville, all these criminals. I mean, that's the extent of my knowledge of these guys. But I'll send you the story. I'll get it posted when I get home. But they have to show who's the names of the owners of the shell corporations. So the government's working to get these people, and it's just that it's a shame that they're moving in slow motion. But this is how I guess they trapped them. I guess this is the way it's going on. So anyway, I'll get you that story so everybody can see it.
Awesome.
Anyone who owns a shell corporation, your name's going to be exposed.
I love it.
So I have to go put my name on. I got 700 of them. I just opened 5 more the other day.
Yes.
Go ahead. What is your theory on
Well, Dave M says they're tanking GTII to get everyone to sell to avoid having to distribute the dividend. And I thought, wow, that has some play to it.
Of course, because if you think about it, let's say 400 million shares, 10%, that's 40 million shares at 50 cents. It's a $20 million hit, right? Am I correct?
Yeah.
So why would you pay anything when we could drive it down? That makes sense, but again, I've lost track on, this is obviously other people than the Kramers. So again, this is their network. Maybe they're bosses. They're the kingpin. They're like, the drug. What was the drug name? Pablo Escobar.
Yeah, Escobar.
Yeah. So
he would have avoided prison if he had just done what the criminals are doing here.
He would have been the head of JP Morgan. He would have been Jamie Dimon by now.
Yeah, he could have started his own bank.
All right, he would have been BlackRock. But I just wanted to touch base and let you know that 76%. So all the people think that people are selling. I told you it's a head fake. This is what they're doing. I don't know what the number is in finger. I haven't seen it yet, but this is just, they're just piling on. You know, if you're short 400 million, what's another million, right? What's the big deal, right? Doesn't make a difference.
So
They can't cover.
somebody asked me, and I had to look it up. I did have an idea, but I didn't have a specific. Have you ever traded a stock that trades with a due bill?
I've ever traded a stock that's for the due bill.
Yeah, I didn't.
I don't have access to the back office, so I couldn't tell you.
Yeah.
But
It's about when you trade, there's a dividend due. But what I was wondering is if we buy it and it says in our account with a due bill, does that mean we get the dividend or we have to pay
the dividend? I think you get the dividend because the guy sold it before.
Okay.
You bought the time, so you get it. So
Okay.
like at the last day before it's a record date, you're entitled to the dividend.
Okay. All right.
Usually some schmuck sold it, 1 minute to 4 and you bought it and you got the dividend.
So that's why it's saying it. One guy had that in his fidelity.
Right. Yeah. So you own it. Right. That's probably
okay.
why. Yeah.
All right. Okay.
But there's also due bills on buy-ins. These are for other things too. So it's the same. It's the same. They use the term. Wall Street's full of idiots. They use the same terminology, and when they want to hide it from you, they use the word naked short. That was the word created.
Absolutely. Wall Street's not that difficult to understand. It's just the terminology they come in to hide what they're doing.
Well, that's what listen. I've been screaming for a long time. Naked shorts is the term they created.
Yeah.
It's like I said, it's putting lipstick on a pig. They're trying to make it look nice and make it sound like it's not criminal.
Yeah.
Think about all those guys who write it. Oh my God, it's just a naked short. What's the big deal?
Yeah.
That's when we sit there and say, wait a second. What's a short and a naked short? Now they got you thinking of two things, right?
Well, it sounds like a strategy.
You're right. Oh, yeah, naked short. Oh, they just didn't borrow it. Okay. What does that mean? Is it good? What's that mean? And that's what they done. This is what they do to create this nonsense, to shake people up. And today's 76%. I don't even know how to tell you how criminal that is.
Say it again. 76%. 76% of LLCs shells have to say their name. Is that what you said?
All of them.
So why is it 76%? I don't.
No. That 76% was the naked short today in GTI.
Oh God! All right. I see. I'm tired. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, you're getting groggy. You punch you.
Oh, yeah.
So 76%. I don't know what the volume was today. Let's whatever.
I'll
What was the volume in GTI?
I'll look it up. 739,000.
So over 500,000 of it was naked shorted.
Yeah.
No big deal. It's normal.
One guy.
If it was 50%, at least you stand a chance to be even, right? This one you don't stand a prayer. The weight. If the U.S. currency was counterfeited, 76% out of every dollar, every time, you'd be, the country would collapse already.
Well, who says it isn't?
No, I'm not saying. Well, I'm just showing you that that's the damage. It's So if anyone's out there, just go look at Dozer. He has the number up on Twitter, and I hopefully he'll send me the finger motion one. But I'm driving right now, so I can't really see. All right, just wanted to touch base with that. William, going to get my famous chicken pot pie, so I'm looking forward to it. I think I'm going to watch the football game. And because of my West Coast friends, I'm not sure who I should cheer for. Some of our guys are Michigan people. Some of them are Washington people.
So it's Michigan against Washington?
I'm just going to cheer for Florida State in the middle.
The whole state is playing?
I'm going to cheer for Florida State, so I'll just remain neutral. Anyway, listen, everyone, have a great night. Remember, 76% is extremely damaging. All right?
All right. Thank you, Ham. Okay, everyone. I think I see all your questions. The certificate, you should call or overnight. I would call to Liberty Stock Transfer. While it's on everybody's mind, I think Liberty Stock Transfer will put it into their books, and then it's electronic. If you don't do it now, it could cost you thousands of dollars in the future, and at a really unfavorable rate. They make it impossible to get physical shares into the system. Why? They want you to leave all the electronic shares in there so they can do diddy da do. They can play with you. So anyway, I'm going to sign off because my dog wants to go on a walk, and you just saw that I wasn't processing information very well, so I think I'm a little bit beyond my brain power here. So I wish everyone peace, love, and happiness. Remember, we're trying to make money. And what I was trying to say is what would be great is if we can get on a roll trading some things and start putting part of our profit, into parking lots so we can sell it when the developer comes in to put in a high rise. Okay. So I'm going to say good night, and I wish everyone a happy evening, and we'll see you tomorrow. And my dog says hello. He says, "Where's my treat?" He says, "Where is my treat?" And I don't want that treat. I want the one that tastes like chicken, not the one that's a milk bone. That's what he's saying. Right? Poor guy. All right, I'm going to go. Cheers.